That is why to consult others before you reach a decision is very critical in a workplace. And us as introverts, we struggle with that, but we have to do. The other skill you will need is your ability to speak and to write and communicate effectively. You know the words effective, efficient, we use them. But effectively, it means you have a headache, you buy a Panadol, you take the Panadol, the headache goes down. It has been effective, isn't it? So to be effective as a person yourself in your communication, it means what you write, what you speak, people can understand it and know what you're saying. And also from my observation, I don't know why I have a strong feeling that you are not a team that would write you like Y-O as you, the vowel. I feel like you are in a good space. Nevertheless, I will say it. So that you are not writing straight like STR8, the number. You know, of course you can do that among yourselves. You know, that's your jargon. But you better start practicing early enough to write proper English. You know, in research, you go to KIPPRA as an intern, you cannot write you. Or you know the way you say, hey, good morning. You cannot pass on the corridor in our workplace and you just say, hey. Unless, of course, to your age mates. How you speak to others, very important. How you address people is very important. In a workplace is different. I know when you wake up in the morning, because of your age, you first read tweets from New York, Facebook, New York stuff, you know, but there are people in the workplace today, baby boomers, those who were born up to 1964, they are almost getting to 60. Generation X, where I belong, Generation Y, the millennials and the zennials, where you are. So we have that mix of people in the workplace. So if you meet somebody and you're saying, hey, good morning, now you cannot greet Mr. Gitau like that. That member of the board seated here. But you know, you can greet them in the past, but you know, we will make a lot of conclusions. We think differently. So workplace language also starts to change. So that's why your communication will start being streamlined before you get there. Remember, I'm talking to you about how to prepare for that. Do I sound like I'm being very hard on you about communication? Somebody has said no, another one has said yes. You know, unfortunately, I'm telling you the truth. You know, I am in HR, so I interview you. When you come here using a certain language, or you pass, you're saying, hi, Rose. This is Dr. Ngugi. In fact, me, I think I will ask the ground to open. I go under. If you greeted her like that, I think, hey, what happened here? Because we have got to be straight with our communication, how we address those older than us, how we address individuals in authority. And I share this because I understand how you would feel that, oh, the world has changed. We are on a first name basis, but nobody has told you to be on a first name basis, young lady, young man. What we are saying is that everything has to be contextualized. If you're in New York, you can actually do that. I meet my president, I said, hi, Thomas, how are you today? And it's good, and it goes away. But we are in Africa, and our context is still different, isn't it? But I know I have a friend whose kids call him and say, hey, Pops, that's their father. Me, we used to call my dad, mid-90s, the word mbuyu came. So I did not understand what it meant. But shortly, my brother started saying, Yumbu amefika, meaning, oh gosh, they changed mbuyu to, I was like, hey, I'm getting confused with this language. You know your language, how you can call the rest of us, and we cannot understand totally. So that's your jargon, but make sure to improve your oral and written communication. To think critically, you know, we always say you have got to be a critical thinker, but what exactly sometimes are we talking about? Being a critical thinker, it means in a workplace, for example, your manager gives you a problem or presents a problem to you, and you rush to get a solution. That's not critical thinking. Critical thinking is to research about the problem they gave you, talking to other colleagues to get their opinion, then you make a conclusion, then you say, sir or ma'am, this is what I found out about the problem. So critical thinking means that you're involving others to get a solution to a problem. So that's another skill you want to think about, so that we break down the word critical thinking to what it means. Don't rush to get into conclusion. until you're certain that you have facts about a matter. Solving problems, problem solving is a critical skill you need. In today's life, every organization is looking for people that can solve problems. Not necessarily big ones, but do you have ability to think that, yes, there's a problem here, but this is how we can solve it? What example can I give right now? Let me use an example. Yesterday morning when I was coming in, it was very crowded when we were trying to register and come in. And I thought to myself, if we had a queue, it would have been easier for all of us to do it. But I didn't see anybody trying to make that happen. Then I thought to myself, we need a problem solver here. And that is a very easy illustration to use on problem solving. It is never requiring very big things, but it's that you can see bottles that are lying on the ground and you pick them and you put them in a bin. I think one of the problem solving that we may need, for example, in our transport system is to make sure, as a matter of policy, that there's a bin in the matatu, and anybody that drinks their yogurt, finish and throws out that pack through the window, it lands on another's windscreen, that becomes punishable, something like that. I know it was introduced, that bin in a matter, but it never really quite worked. But when you have a difference with your friends, can you imagine so-and-so was saying that I'm like this, and can you imagine the way I've been her friend? And can you imagine how even when I came from home, I brought her ice cream? Now, that is already a conflict, and that is an illustration for your age. How do you resolve that? Because in workplaces, we have bigger conflicts than that one where your friend was talking to another and you didn't feel the vibe. Like you didn't feel the vibe. I know that language, you may not have it in the students here, but there are others out there who use that. I didn't feel the vibe of how she was even looking at me. Do you forget about that friendship or do you try to mend it? We have conflicts in work. Practice, so that is okay. Because I need the truth. Oh. How many are in Twitter? How many of you tweet? If you can tweet, you must be in Facebook. These two, I am not trusting them. Even their look, I can't trust you anyway, but let me leave it. How many have YouTube postings and you have a channel and you have posted stuff? You do? Serious? Hey, God is gracious. I couldn't have thought that you have a YouTube channel and you are challenging even me, and you're about the only one. How many have YouTube channel where you post stuff? Oh, you do. 1, 2. Oh, you about 4 of you, or about 5. Well done. The one I don't agree is those hands that are not saying. But how do you leverage on your social media? When you have a YouTube channel, I know you're going to have followers, and eventually it actually can meaningfully engage you and even make income out of it. How do you use Facebook? How do you use Twitter, Instagram? How your feet are in that space. And so one day when we are inviting you for an interview, we have shortlisted you. Me, Dorcas, I will have seen your name. I go search you on Facebook, but I know what you are going to do. You are going to put your names like Mr. Lion of Savo as your username in Facebook. So then, of course, I can't catch you, right? But then I will still ask you, what is your Facebook handle? You have to give me the truth. And so these days you find recruiters checking out some of these things. So it's important to make sure what you write in those accounts, when we read it during the day with you, you will not be embarrassed about it. I want to put it as simple as that. You two, I still don't believe you, and so I'm still telling you that when you're putting them down. So mind your digital footprint, the things you write in social media, the things you say, even your channels, what you post, because they can come back to bite you in your professional life. So it's important. But I know, again, when we are led biblically, there are things we have got to be mindful of and careful of. So that's social media, and I'm not going to dwell too much on it. That one may not be too clear. I see as if the font is too tiny, but you have got to start learning to build influential relationships. Relationships with your friends is good, but they are your age mates. They may not influence in terms of a focus on your career and how to grow, but they are there as your sounding board. But your professors could be relationships that are influential, that can support you in your career even when you're looking for guidance, but also get involved in more than just your studies in class. Are there choir members that are not in School of Music? Oh, fantastic. That's exactly what I am talking about. Can you imagine when I was in university? I was either in class, in church, or in my room. Who does that? I mean, if I went back today, I would be a student leader, president. I mean, because when I look back, I think I wasted time. I didn't even know carnival. I know here you may not understand carnival for the time, because I joined university in 1994. Carnival is where every Wednesday all my college mates used to go. Me, I used to go in my room to sleep because I don't want my parents to know I went to a wrong place. And I got to know carnival when I took my children to see it not long ago. So I still get shocked about, not that I should have gone, but what I'm trying to say, you've got to learn to know more and interact more in the right way besides just studying books, because then you interact with a lot more people and you get to understand life more broadly. But also start volunteering on so many things. There's a lady here that was moving around with the mic. Is that a student? I don't see you now, but I saw you yesterday. Where are you? Are you a student, ma'am?
Yes.
She is a student. That's what I'm talking about. She's volunteering to move around that mic. I hope you are volunteering, because I don't know if there's a payout of that. But me, when I saw you, I was very proud of you. I was very proud of another young lady that was here, the camera. To volunteer, it may not necessarily, you can go to a hospital and support and volunteer, because it helps you learn how to interact with adults and other people outside of studies. It strengthens your skills. But you can take on leadership roles, and I keep remembering the conductor of the choir, that student that has taken a leadership role for that. I think he's a student, isn't he? The conductor of the choir yesterday? The one whose hair is cut here and here and here is big. I don't know his name. You all know him, the student of KABARAK. You know who I'm talking about? He's a student, right? Yeah, so you can imagine a student like that. That's already leadership right there. So you've got to pick up opportunities when you get them. Start a website, a blog, but when I know some of you have already a YouTube channel, so I'm proud of you because of that. Remember, I'm trying to move you to a workplace, and what it will all look like. I wanted to talk to you about the reality. You graduate, you're out of college, you jump out there, Some will quickly get jobs in coveted institutions. Maybe you jump into a Deloitte or PricewaterhouseCoopers or Safaricom. Or you can come to my organization. It's prestigious, Feed the Children International. We make sure no child goes to bed hungry. So it's a great organization. But for most, that will not be the transition. If some of the older ones share their stories, you'll be amazed at how it was to transition from college to get a job and start working. I know I shared last week how between when I graduated and when I got my first job, at a point in time, I used to take turungi, and I use it that way, pun intended. Turungi, turungi? It's a universal Kenyan word if we had a dictionary. You know where tea, you put coke and you drink and sleep. Because if I went to buy skuma to cook ugali, I wouldn't have fare to go to class the following day. And I was trying to do this postgraduate study so I can get a job afterward. So when I tell people that today, they just say, "Ay, Dorcas, how can you even say something like that?" But I'm telling you the truth, we did not drop from heaven like that. So some of us, it was not easy. Some of my classmates already had jobs and their lives went on. But then, we also came from behind and we got placed. So what I'm saying is that transition will not be the same for everybody. Somebody might stay home 2 years. Others have stayed 3 years. When we were interviewing the interns with Public Service Commission, some had stayed home like 7 years, really. But some had started rearing chicken. Another one had a timber yard in Eldoret. So he was selling timber. But then he was placed in internship. So I need you to understand that is the reality, and it's not new to only you when you're young. It has happened to many adults that are seated here with you, but you will still thrive and grow. So then, when you are preparing for this workplace, what are you going to do? You're going to make sure that you display professionalism by the way you dress. Sweatpants in college, yes, you can wear. Have your hair unkempt, wear slippers and walk around, but here everybody is very neat. So it's a bit different here. So my lessons are very easy for you. And I see the quality of the clothes you are wearing. You can come to an interview with. You will just improve on the shirt just a little bit. But those in the choir can come for interview like that because the uniform is pretty good. So your wardrobe, when you come to an interview, you have to start thinking about it and start dressing the part. You may have to, because sometimes you come for an interview, you're seated in front of me, and I'm seeing you in a tie, and you are awkward. You feel awkward, I see you are awkward, and I can tell you've not practiced wearing a tie. Now, because of the biblical perspective, when you go to church, start practicing wearing a tie to church, so that by the time you come for an interview, it's easier and better. Sometimes, but I have to keep helping you to be, confident. But also is that when you come to a workplace, but before I do that, let me still go back to the dressing part. So when you come for an interview, make sure the color of your hair is black. I want to be nice that way. Not that it will make me feel anything. I'm fairly open, but the other interviewers around me will be your challenge. Did I tell you have 5 generations in the workplace today? And some of you seniors who are 21, they are already coming in the workplace if they, studied for a diploma. So we are starting to have about 6 of those generations. We have the baby boomers, if we have the Gen X, Gen Y, the millennials, the zennials, we are starting to have the 21-year-olds, come on board. And so how you dress matters. The size of your earring, the smaller, the better in an interview. But here, because I see you all dressed pretty decent, but I share those with utmost love, because when you come for an interview, your attire becomes part. We have a section of general presentation. How were they dressed? Then we award marks. It's a very tough thing to do. Then imagine I mark you for how you were dressed to come for an interview. So it's always important to remember some of these things. Go study more how your attire should look like. Try not to come wearing a nose ring. Somebody came to an interview in a nose ring. This is a true story in 2011. And wow, that became quite a debate in that interview until I had to say, the ring on the nose is not coming to work. Let's focus. Did they have what it takes for the job? They said, yeah, but if they dress like that, our donors, and the donors don't really even sometimes care about those things, but I'm telling you that the context is Africa. and there's a way some of us would look at things. It's good to be neutral in how you present yourselves in the workplace, but also even in an interview setup. But also in a workplace, you'll be accountable for your actions, what you say, what you do, your work, participate in work within work hours, keep time, and please, please do not keep saying, oh, traffic in Nairobi, I was held up in traffic. These days people use these to, I didn't want to say the word lie. I just did not get the right word to use. Say, the traffic was heavy. No, wake up at 3 if your traffic is going to keep you, because they don't get late to catch flight. So you should be able to do that. So keep some of these things in mind. They may sound very light, but some of these soft things impact somebody deeply when it comes to the workplace. Does that make sense? Am I being very hard? No, I'm not. Actually, in real life, I'm very nice. Soft skills. These are not skills your professors will teach you in class, but you have got to learn to teach yourself some of this and what that means. I know sometimes we just talk about them, but we really do not break them down to understand what that means. But when you're coming to a workplace, there are certain things we will want to see you exhibit. And I've talked about some of them, like being able to operate within a team, but it's also your ability to keep time. It's your ability to communicate kindly, gently with others. Is your ability to empathize with others. Empathy, meaning that you can feel what somebody is going through by looking at them and try to offer them support. Or let me use a different word that is used a lot more, that you are emotionally intelligent. And that's why we keep teaching people about emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence does not mean mood swings. Because sometimes people say, that one, huyu anakuwa na mood swings, ana emotional intelligence. No. Emotional intelligence is to look at somebody and say, my brother, today you don't look okay. I know you. Something is not right. How can I help? Even when somebody has that mood that you are not used to, you're able to say there must be something bothering them. You are emotionally able to step in somebody else's space and be able to be of support to them. So emotional intelligence is not about mood swings. It's about interpreting them and offering support to somebody. Are you able to do these things and provide those within the workplace? But you need these skills even today. You do not necessarily need them when you come to the workplace, but when you have them, the better for us. Some of the questions we'll ask you in an interview have to do with that. And now, when you're coming to the workplace and we are interviewing you, one of the things we'll ask you is about years of experience. And I know you're already saying, oh, but Dorcas, you guys advertise and ask for 3 years of experience. Where do you expect me to get it from? I know that's how you're asking it, the way I'm asking, but of course you are seated nicely. Where do you expect me to get 5 years? I mean, really, we just left college. But guess what? You have years of experience. What value can you bring? And we also know at your age, when you're a fresh graduate, you wouldn't have much experience, isn't it? But when you were in college, the one who was conducting the choir, you don't think that counts to experience? Absolutely. It counts to years of experience. But you, like Dorcas, you go to class, you go to church, you go to your room. What experience is that? Zero. That's what happened. I had zero. If you volunteered to, where is Mami? The one who is giving the mic and this, she came here to adjust my things. Do you know that is experience? How do you present that experience? That, there was a large KIPPRA conference and I volunteered to be a coordinator moving around the mic. It also gives us a feel of you as a person that has ability to step in and support in activities of a conference like this, and I still keep referencing to her. I like to use this example so you can understand what it means with work experience. We are not looking for you to have 5, but we are looking to assess whether you have ability to step in and provide support. When you are singing in that choir, there is experience there. When you are volunteering, there is experience there. I don't know whether the young lady yesterday was manning the camera is a student. If she's not, but if she is, that's experience right there. So these are things that you have got to do before you get the job. Start getting the job. by documenting those things that you're doing. I have a YouTube channel that I started. You manage it, obviously. You make sure subscribers are invited. You think that is not experience, Mama? That's experience. So for your age, experience is what can look like that. Now I want to move you to your CV. So I'm now moving quickly. You will need a curriculum vitae. These days, it's interchangeably called a resume as well, but a resume is a shorter version of a curriculum vitae. You know, if Dr. Rose gave you a CV, it might go to 40 pages. I don't expect yours to pass 1 page. Because what happens, you look for stories to give so that it looks like a CV. Don't do that. Because it comes, I'm reading through, I'm just seeing things, I'm wondering, now this one, what am I supposed to do? I'm trying, you know that soup that has 5 pieces of meat and the soup is full. So was it a soup or? So we are looking for meat. So for your age, we don't expect that long one. You may not have all of that, but document the experiences that you have. But among them, make sure your name is clearly articulated. There was somebody here yesterday called Lewinsky. Oh, I thought that was rather nice. Lewinsky, are you here today? Oh, and you're very pretty, Lewinsky. Ah, nice to meet you, ma. You're the one your mother makes sure you are home by 4 o'clock. Was it 4 again? Hey, you know, that is ethics right there. You are being taught, but it's tough, but it is good. I can see why you are presenting yourself that way. Make sure your CV has your name, your email address, your phone number. Most of you would have a phone number, where you attended university, where you attended high school. You can put primary school because your CV, you're trying to make it look big, but high school and university is sufficient. If you have a CPA, professional qualification, put it there. There was a CPA somebody here yesterday. Other interest, I sing in the university choir, you know, referee, somebody who can speak for you. I expect to see your professor there or your dean of student. Add your LinkedIn handle. How many are on LinkedIn? You have a LinkedIn handle? You too, you again are not in LinkedIn. So what are you in? Of course, I know they are not being truthful, and I will deal with them until I finish. But make sure your CV. Yeah. But when you leave here today, go into LinkedIn and set up your profile so that we can start having conversations. In LinkedIn, you will find a lot of opportunities for internship. You will find a lot of opportunities for jobs. If you go to the job section, you will find a section where you have opportunities to learn like project management skills, communication skills, and they are free. So LinkedIn would be very good for you. Those who are in it, congratulations. You know, you can go to my handle, Dorcas Y9, and we become friends. What you cannot have in your curriculum vitae is a funny name for an email address. This particular one is somebody's email address because they wrote to me an email and I said I'll be using it in my presentations to you. And so one day I got an email, I am savage like that at gmail.com. I said, what is this? But I looked, I said, it looks like I opened. Actually, it was somebody communicating a concern to me. So I replied. And then I asked, your email address, actually, I'm savage like that. I said, it doesn't come out very well. I almost thought it's Al-Shabaab. I almost did not open it. So you may want to change. You may want to just have your name as dorcasy9@yahoo.com. Straightforward. Sometimes because your name has already been used by somebody, I see people adding dorcas8984@xyz or dorcas_, etc. But make sure it is your name. That presents professionalism. You don't have to have your photo on your CV. But you can have it, but I can tell you why having it is a problem for you. When you send your CV to us and we are screening and shortlisting, there are some of us in that process who focus on mundane things. This one is surata. And I'll tell you a true story. By the way, I am telling you the things I see. I see a lot of things. I think I should write a book about interviews that I've encountered. So this lady applies and her photo was on the CV and she was really, really beautiful. And I didn't see a thing. We said we shortlist. And then somebody looked at it and said, huyu atakuletea shida kwa boss. I wondered, why would, I said no, the photo has nothing to do with the process. But I'm telling you things that I have seen that happen practically for your own safety. These are occupational hazards on our part as HR. For your own safety, just leave your photo. We will see you when we see you. One time when I was based in Kampala, a gentleman we hired, we interviewed him and was really, really strong on monitoring and evaluation. But our boss was British, and I say because he was British, refused that we hire this guy completely. And I said, why? I said, why? So eventually I got to know why. He had a skin condition, or, acne, when acne pokes your face so much, right? So I think he didn't like that about him. Oh man, we fought that nail and tooth, and the guy was hired. And then he became the most excellent monitoring and evaluation staff they've ever had. So he started being really, really nice to him. So I'm trying to tell you the biases other people have in this process of selection. If you don't have a very strong coordinator of the process with the HR professional, people miss opportunities for mundane things. And I'm telling you the reality as it is. Your date of birth is not necessary, but if you want to have it, just put it. But when you're applying for government jobs, and this is for seniors, we ask you to make sure your ID is attached, national ID. Of course, that's what will tell us your age. So that's how we coach it. Because the employment law does not ask that we give our date of birth and, photos and, the gender, because these are elements that can discriminate against an applicant. So even the law protects that. But you can put it if you like, but it's not necessary. You can put your gender as male or female, but unless your name is not distinct for us to say this is a James, it is a girl. Sometimes the name Denise confuses me in Africa. There is Denise with E at the end that is female, but I've seen men that have that. You may want to clarify on that one. Religion is not necessary. The languages you speak, I see we write Kikuyu or Kalenjin, Kiswahili, English. You are in Kenya, we know you have those. So unless we really ask, it's not necessary to do those things. But you can put them, nothing stops you. But in the reality of what that document needs to look like, that is essential, you don't need some of those things for your CV. I did a sample, but it is very, very tiny for you to see. When you get the slides, you'll be able to see that. You'll see that's my name at the top, my status. Oh, thank you. Somebody has pulled it bigger. And these are my professional qualifications. Of course, this is fictitious because that's not me. I was doing a sample. I didn't go to that school, but I passed. I was there. Yeah, it's true. And so your work experience here is where I like to emphasize. Sometimes you think you don't have experience. The lady volunteering here, she has got to put that. Oh, and the one of the camera is this one. She's here today. I don't know why I'm confused. She's the one I saw yesterday. I was admiring her yesterday because I want to be a photographer. Intern, if you have been an intern, and please write the month and the year. Sometimes we receive applications, somebody just says 2016 to 2019. What is that? We are not going to shortlist that because you're trying to hide some fact that we need to assess your level of years of experience. Please put your month and the year when you had that experience. So here I can count May to October. It's about 4 months or five or thereabout. So we are able to establish the experience that you have and other interests. But that's a sample I did for you to be able to see how the CV looks like. By the way, for you to get to a shortlist, it's your CV that we know because we do not know you, isn't it? So it has to be the one that sells who you are. So make sure that happens. Application and interviews. So, even when you go for an internship, you'll be interviewed. There are things you will say, there are things you will not say. How to dress, I've already talked about that, and I'm not going to keep repeating on that. How to respond, you have to be confident, but don't be arrogant. When you come to an interview, especially gentlemen, there's a way you sit and fold your legs like you are the CEO of that place. Do not sit like that, but also don't sit like you are timid. We don't like timid people, but we like humble people. There's a difference between timidity and humility. And you will go and, Google to understand that difference. How to negotiate for salary is another thing that young graduates sometimes can struggle with. And I like to say sometimes, actually, obviously, you will not know the salary for that position, okay? And nobody will give you those facts. But are you able to say, if I were to be paid, this is the salary I would ask for? Because I will ask you, what salary are you looking for? Don't tell me anything. I'll tell you, then we'll pay you 0. Will you take 0? How can you even tell us anything? Eish. It's like people saying, oh, please get me a job. I can do anything. I say, can you come and clean? They said, no, you now have my degree in economics. So then there's nothing called anything. Just like salary offers here. There's nothing called anything. If we ask you, what salary are you looking for? Those experienced already in jobs, no, because they already have a salary, isn't it? But for you, I like to share that there's what we call a food basket. Every country generally has a costing we call a food basket. You know, what are the essential foods you would put in that basket? Maize flour, if you like ugali. Maybe you don't eat rice, but maize flour, bread, packets of milk. What else? Sugar, you know, and it's defined. Our National Bureau of Statistics defines that. So March in, I think this data, I got it last year, 2020, I found food costed 52,718 only. There was no rent cost. Some of you will get jobs in Bungoma, others in Kajiado, Bisil. You have got to look for a house, you will need transport, you will need to buy a banana over lunchtime to eat. By the way, you will not be buying KFC just like that, like you're doing now. KFC, you will forget it a bit. You'll eat a banana over lunch and drink water and work until evening. Then you go home. So you need to get used to this life. Because you start adulting, this is what adult life means. So you can actually take that food basket, which mine came to 52,000 and I did this last year. And then you can say, how much transport do I use? You add there. And you can say, actually, if I got a pay of 60,000, that would be appreciated. You know, you are able to put together a price you can work with to that interview. And as time goes by, you will have learned how to put together a salary offer that communicates the value you bring, isn't it? So don't come and say nothing. That, oh, I can take anything. We'll tell you, can we be paying you by giving you a bottle of water to drink? What do you need to know? Almost coming to a close. Do not oversell yourself. Some of you come to interview when you are young, fresh graduates, and you say too much. How I was not, oh, can I use the guy who was the conductor? Okay, let me use the one who's taking around the microphone. I was tasked with making sure microphones are passed around the auditorium to over 5,000 people that attended, and I was also in charge of making sure I adjust the mics for anybody that came and was speaking. If you are tall, I make it taller. If you are shorter, I make it shorter. You know, don't say more than you're able to deliver. Because you remember, we know you are young, isn't it? And your experience is fresh. So you have got to present your facts as you understand yourself. Because sometimes, sell your potential and the talent that you have, what you are able to do into the future. That's what we look for in young graduates. But don't overdo it. And you may not have experience as a fresh graduate, and we know that. And but if you have people skills, we are going to hire you. If you have a spirit to volunteer, we are going to hire you. But also know your unique strength. And I asked you this question much earlier. Understand how to respond to competence-based questions. Competence-based questions are questions when we ask you, how are you able to manage stress? And can you imagine people answer me that I've never had stress? Eish. And sometimes I've wondered, did you just answer that? Of course, I'm not going to tell you that. I said, oh, okay, you never had stress. Oh, that is all right. That's really good. And so you think we are very impressed. We are not. Nobody has not gone through a difficult time. Whether it's because you got late to a lecture and the lecturer had already issued out the cut, question papers. You'll get a bit of stress. How do you handle that? Those are what we call competence-based questions, or how do you handle high pressure in the workplace? How do you manage conflict between you and others? You'll be surprised, even adults, when we interview them, some are telling me they've never had a conflict. So I'm like, aye? So you just live, you are of the world, but not in the world. I say, it's all right. But you see, that also tells us that you have inability to manage differences between yourself and other people, but also you have inability to be honest in a question that is relating to life. Also, avoid generic responses. I know what you'll be doing when you have an interview invite. You'll be Googling a lot. Remember, we already Googled ahead of you. So as you Google it, tailor it to suit who you are, so that when you come, I do not see this person that is telling me a copy-paste, which is not relating to who you are as a person. Am I being too hard on you? No, isn't it? So you can Google to get guidance, but make it about you. We actually see through somebody who is genuine as a candidate in an interview. But also you need to get to know the company in advance. That's why we say, not the company you're going to interview for. Sometimes we ask you, what do you know about us? So tell us something that you know, so we know the level of interest that you have in a position that you're interviewing for. Some common questions we ask fresh graduates are here. I hope they can be seen. They're also slightly small in the font size. If my specialist can increase that, if at all it's possible. But this question we ask everybody here, even adults. We ask them to tell us about themselves. Then they tell us, I went to Chiadondo Primary School. No, we don't need to hear about primary school because the interview has very short time. Tell us about yourself. I attended this university, I studied this and that, I have a bachelor's in this and that, and I value honest commitment and hard work. I was a conductor of music when I was in college, and I'm really interested in this position because I would like to grow to be a research officer. If I got the research assistant position, it will propel me to get there. So don't start saying, I am the third born in my family. First of all, don't start with my name is. We know it. We have your CV, you came, we've talked to you, then you are telling us, my name is now Dorcas Wainaina. We don't have time for that. So you have got to stop telling us your name when we ask you tell us about yourself. Now, I'm moving very quickly. Why do you want to work here? You will tell us what inspires you about that organization, your weaknesses, your strength. Why did you apply for this position? How would your professors describe you? We want to know whether you'll be described as a professional person that we can rely on. And I'm not going to go through all of those in that box when you get the notes. Eventually, you will seek for internship. I think I've already mentioned about that. I just really want to show you where you can get some of these. Your professors are your networks, your classmates, your alumni that already left the university. There's somebody whose KABARAK is their alma mater. If I were you all, that one could be my friend to tell me what it means to be out there. Take on new responsibility. In a workplace, you will take on new responsibilities, and you are going to be expected to deliver because, you are going to start paying bills. I just mentioned how somebody will move to Bungoma to work there, so you have responsibilities. So you have got to know how to present your items on time and in good time, how to get along with other colleagues in the workplace. You must have goals that you set. Continuous learning. So learning did not stop because you graduated. I graduated with Bachelor of Education in Arts and Linguistics and Literature. I since went into HR, so I had a higher diploma in HR. Then I became a certified HR analyst, a certified HR professional, a senior professional HR international. I had MBA in human resource. Man, we keep learning. We keep learning. I must tell you, when we assess your performance in a workplace, we want to see whether you developed yourself. These days, I am studying coding. Don't even ask. I don't even know what I want, but I want to understand coding. Because some of these people in IT speak big words. I said, I'm going to study this one. So that when they're making it big, I said, you mean X, Y, Z? Okay. Then they can tone down. So continuous learning, you're going to meet it in the workplace. All of us. In fact, I think yesterday, Dr. Ross mentioned the certificate courses that you provide. I even thought that one of them interested me a lot on research, which I'm going to follow up on. So you will have to keep learning to raise your profile. So I shared with you my own certifications because it's a competitive world. If you don't have additional skills, others will pass you. You understand? You have got to keep building your education. But also, even if in the workplace we don't grade you, we do give you a grading based on how you are performed. And then also sometimes it's linked to the salary adjustment we give you. Sometimes other benefits, sometimes it doesn't, but sometimes you get opportunities to grow or to go for studies. So you need to understand that continuous learning is very important and consistently look for opportunities to learn. I know you might say, but Dorcas, where am I supposed to get money to learn? Do you know there are many websites that give a learning opportunity for free? Anybody who is in Udemy, who knows about Udemy, or learning about Microsoft Excel or MS Word for free or PowerPoint? But I know you all know how to deal with PowerPoint and MS Excel, which is a good thing. But you will need to keep learning. Even MS Excel, we all keep learning because versions keep changing. So where will you find some of these employers? Employers are found in websites, in internship, volunteering is part of your experience. When you volunteer in an organization, you can get a job there. There is this website that has a lot of internship opportunities, but it also has jobs. And I visit it almost every day, all these websites. And I did not put them here because of any preference. I was giving you examples because you need to start visiting them and putting in your resumes to those. Social media adverts in Facebook, I see jobs. In LinkedIn, I see a lot of jobs as well. So you need to follow that. Newspapers, but I know you don't believe, I don't even think, do you guys read newspapers? Oh God, this is funny. Do you read newspapers? But you read it on your phone, right? There are opportunities there sometimes, but I know yours are more online. Recruitment agencies like Bright Monday, My Jobs in Kenya, corporate staffing. I have no affiliate to them, but they are good places to post your CV. You can start posting your CV even now because they have opportunities for fresh graduates, and that's where you can find employers. But also do your internet search, contact employers. This can be very difficult, but sometimes we have done that. When I was applying for jobs, and anybody who's my age mate here would know. We used to do applications. We used to use Yellow Pages. Did you even meet that book called Yellow Pages, where your fingers do the working? Do you know it? How many know Yellow? Wale wanaongea ni wale pande hii. They know themselves. So we used to sit with it, we apply, then we drop those letters. Jesus of Nazareth, what was that? And that's how we looked for jobs. They were not online for us to look for. But now you have resources within yourselves to look for those opportunities. But you can also create opportunities. And I want to give you a quick story of a young lady called Jane. Jane is my photographer. When I do photo shoots for my next 4 years, she will do my photo shoot. Now, Jane studied communication in university. And then when she left, she got attachment in a studio, a photo studio in Sarit Center in Westlands in Nairobi. Then she started liking photography. She enjoyed it, so she decided to go back home after that, and she taught herself photography through YouTube. Today, she owns a studio called Commander Dynasty. And let me tell you, she does photo shoots all the time, and she gets paid a lot of money. I'm not going to tell you how much I paid because you might wonder, Douglas, why would you pay that much for just a photo shoot? Because the photos I want to post to you when you ask, I don't want, my real self is not as good as those photos. So what Jane has done is that she has a makeup artist, and she has another assistant young lady who makes sure the curtain colors change, the background. And actually, her home where she lives, a section of it, she made it the studio. Jane is not 30. Jane is 29 now. And that's the reason I'm sharing with you this story. She became an employee of a makeup artist, the assistant, and anybody else. I mean, even the Uber that will take me there to take the photos. As in, she created employment opportunities and people are earning. But Jane is a story I like. I said Commander Dynasty. Those in Facebook, including these two, because they are, you go check Commander Dynasty, you will see Jane there. We call her J-Lo. Very young lady that does photography. Fantastic, excellent, because she is actually my photographer. She does my photo shoots. So you can actually create opportunities. I see the music guys becoming an entertainment troupe, and they're going to do very well, become meaningfully engaged, because the reality is white collar jobs are really actually almost not there. But they are still there, but not that they can cover everybody. So we can create opportunities. Find companies on social media. I don't want to belabor that point, because I think also the recent graduates, your alumni, can help you about where opportunities are. They also are able to share with you their experience in an interview that can also be able to speak to you and to help you. Pick a mentor. A mentor is somebody that can hold your hand and help you and support you, and you are lucky because I gave you my LinkedIn handle. I'm able to support you on LinkedIn about your CV, by the way, when you send me. A lot of young guys send to me, and I support you to make sure your CV is good. And I can guide you even when you have an interview, you need to prepare in this manner. I'm generous like that. Yes, by the way. So if you live here and you did not pick my LinkedIn handle, I don't know who your network is. Remember, we are also creating networks, isn't it? If you didn't create networks of all these people here, including myself, since yesterday, nobody has talked to me. Nobody has greeted me. Nobody even asked me, why are you short like this? Nobody even asked me, is it why you wear high heels? And I tell you, of course, yes. So I can raise my height a little bit. So I don't know your networking. Your networking is a bit different, but you better network by talking to us when you see us. At least greet me. Even when I came in the morning, nobody greeted me, and there were many outside. So I don't know how you want to network. If you are not greeting me, asking me, by the way, is it your height that is a challenge for the mic? And I'll tell you, of course, yes. Now, by growing your scurvy, what I'm saying is that your skill, the knowledge, even general knowledge, at least now you have knowledge about public policy, isn't it? And the public policy making process and a lot of the learning you're going to do. Your attitude, hey, those who like to roll eyes, start practicing not to roll them. Those whose lips keep twisting, practice how not to. Those whose eyes keep blinking, practice that. I used to have an issue with my nonverbal cues, so somebody could predict how I'm going to react. And I had to practice for me not to. So I learned how to just keep a smile. I keep a smile, I look at you, you will never interpret what I meant, what my reaction. But thank God for you, there's a mask, but in an interview, we tell you to remove it. But the rest of us interviewers will be wearing. So also keep note of that. So sometimes it's your non-verbals that tell us about your attitude. It's good, it's bad, your energy, your level of energy. If you are walking like this and you are 22, 24, what will happen to people that are late 50? And I keep saying, I turned 47 this year and I'm scared that I'm going to stay at 50. I'm like, what happens? But I'll talk to Dr. Rose about that later on for notes as my mentor. What it means. I didn't say your age, did I? No. I just said, I'm 47 looking at 50. Attitude, it matters a lot in the workplace. Values, what are your values? Do you value honesty? Do you value integrity? Do you value not saying, you know, this country has too much corruption, but you can live a life that's corruption free and teach others what that means, can't you? We all don't, we can be in the world but not off, isn't it? We can be in a corrupt situation but not corrupt ourselves, isn't it? So we become incorruptible. We can be honest people. We can be in a world where everybody does not keep time, but you are going to keep what? Time, isn't it? We are able to have certain values. You can be committed to your work when somebody else is not. What values? Innovation. Innovation also becomes a bit big as a word sometimes. You can innovatively manage something, even a situation, without building a big plane. You know, innovation is even seeing these cables running and they can trip somebody, especially people like Dorcas in these high heels she has to wear to look like she's tall. And said, you know, what about we put a masking tape? Innovation is not a big thing, but you have got to start thinking creatively about solving problems that you see, however small or little they are. Grow your skills, your knowledge, your attitude you have to manage, your ability, your values. Attitude is about the energy you emit when we see you. When I see a young person that has no energy, or even older people that have no energy, I instantly get tired myself because you emit that vibe to me, and so I don't like staying around very tired people because I like my energy myself. But get an early start. Start looking for those opportunities early. Some of that font may not be clear, but look for opportunities before you graduate. Don't wait until you graduate. You can start looking for those opportunities now. But even before I get there, I think I already mentioned things to do with humility, compassion as part of your values that you want to embrace. Get focused, stay focused. That's the one I'm finishing with. I know I've taken a lot of time. Stay focused to your career goals. Stay focused to who you want to be when you are 40. Stay focused how you want people to know you. Stay focused how people want to think about you when your name is mentioned. Either when they think how you dress impeccably, they think how you keep time, they think how gentle and kind you are, or they think about how helpful you are. So you need to have a focus. We cannot be all over the place, disorganized, and we expect to be successful in life. Life does not happen like that. And how organized you are starts by how you present yourself, what we call essence. How do you present you when I meet you? Because sometimes before we open our mouths to speak, you already spoke too much by when I saw you walk here. You spoke a lot. You came to an interview, the earring is bigger than my ear. My ears are bigger than most people. So you make it smaller so people are not concluding about you, and their interviewers, and most interviewers are not very competent in that. They make conclusions on small matters. Okay? So stay focused so that even when a situation is discouraging, you have a strict manager. Oh, for your information, you are going to meet managers and managers. Hey, supervisors and supervisors. I say that, I mean, who does he think he is talking to me like that? I mean, I presented the project the way he wants. Now he tells me to go back and redo it. You will redo 500 times. This is a workplace. Make sure it is perfect. What do you mean, manager? Managers don't swim to management. They are trying to make you the best, but you are looking for how bad they are. By the way, even big people, even older ones, are also looking for those things in their managers. Those they are sulking, oh, my manager is so bad. But you could be the bad one. Your manager is reacting to that. Anyway, I'm not saying managers are all bad, but I'm saying you can have a strict manager. I know I'm strict myself, not necessarily the best of things, but I focus on the work. But you will still have to focus on having a positive focus even when you meet a strict manager, because these experiences shape you as a person. So I'm going to finish with that one. I'm not even going to talk about it. I'm going to let you read for yourself. If you have a question, then you will ask. I will only talk about this personal order by giving a story, really story that happened. So Robert, may he rest in peace. I hired him as a regional staff. He was overseeing several countries. He was working under a regional director. So this director comes to me frantically saying, I cannot work with this guy. I cannot work with this guy, Docas. He was from Zambia. I said, hey, Dr. John, why wouldn't you work with this guy? He's really nice. He said, no, Docas, I cannot work. I think the way he presents himself is not good. He was not telling, he did not want to say his personal order is not a good thing. So eventually, I went to the store at Sarit Center. I got what we call a roll-on, which I know you all know. If you don't, you can Google. I went. That conversation was very difficult. But I said, Robert, how are you? As you move up and down the stairs, you get tired, you sweat, and it can be tough. So I thought of getting you these things as I welcome you to the organization. A week later, and I assumed he knows how to use it. I mean, he was a graduate of University of Nairobi. A week later, this Dr. John comes and says, Doctors, Robert is really a great staff. Man, I could have lost him. I said, is it? He said, he's really, really good. He's very, very good. I just knew that what I purchased for him, his body order became pleasant. They could work well together. While that sounds like it's something I should have used much better euphemism to share with you, I actually choose to put it as I've put it to you. Personal hygiene. It actually impacts on people in a workplace. You don't want when you're passing, nobody wants to hang around you because they can never tell you that your breath has an odor that they don't like. These people are not nice, but at least I've told you. When you go to write emails in the office, this is my last slide. Don't be loud in your email. Some people are very loud in their emails. They even write with capital letters. We can see. Don't use capital letters. Then they bold and underline. We can see. Don't do that. Then they even use red. One time my boss used red. I said, no, you can't use red. Where red is for dead people. Don't do that. Don't use emojis. You people like those to smiley to things. You can use an emoji to me, but you have to be careful who else you're sending an emoji to. It's a smiley, but they think you are sneering at them. So don't use those things. Subject line, who are you writing to? Check your spellings. Some spellings have juxtaposed themselves and caused a meaning that was never meant to be. Don't reply to everybody unnecessarily, but you will learn these things when you come to the workplace. You just have got to start being thoughtful about them as you prepare to transition to a workplace. Now, let me conclude this way. That was my last slide. This presentation would sound like tidbits of wisdom, but I will tell you, they will impact you. when you come to the real life workplace. They will impact on you when you come for an interview. They will impact on you in your relationships, but they'll also impact on how you progress in your career. So they may also sound like they were more humorous than serious. If I had talked about theories and hypotheses with the graphs running, that I could have looked more serious. I can never become any seriouser, if there's a word seriouser. There's importanter these days. But these are serious matters for a young person to think about as you outline and align yourself to a life where you will meet adults, serious adults, and you start adulting. So start early, remain focused, get help and support, get networks. If I live here and you're not in my network, I do not know how that would be helpful. And you can see that I'm really drumming that you become my network. Think about it, create networks that are meaningful to you. And to that end, ultimately, God will guide your steps. God will provide for you. God has your destiny. He already knew the end from the beginning. He knows you're seated here, and He will be with you in your circumstances. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Miss Dorcas. Mrs. Dorcas. You know, I was seeing an abbreviation, CHRP, before your name, and I was struggling with it. I was not sure whether to read out the abbreviation before your name. So I Googled.
You did?
Yes, I did.
Tell them, Googling is good.
Certified Human Resources Professional. Yes, you may sit. So her name is CHRP Dorcas. Yeah. I think that was a very good presentation, well prepared. I guess we needed more time so she can go to the details, especially on office etiquette. But she has done it a lot of justice. I can confirm to you, Mrs. Dorcas, that that presentation has not only benefited students, it has greatly also benefited the rest of us who are already deep in our careers. I would like to listen to you again in the future, should chance present. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in appreciating Mrs. Dorcas. Thank you. When time allows, Mrs. Dorcas, please come again. We are continuing well, and we shall soon be headed for our tea break. I think I need to mention that so that we do not think that there will be no tea, there will be tea. I would like to recognize the presence in our midst of the Executive Director, KIPPRA, Dr. Ross Ngugi. She has been sitting here with us since yesterday, very religiously so, and I think I'm challenged. Dr. Moses Thiga, the Director of Research, Innovation and Outreach, KABARAK University. We have representatives from other very key institutions in the country. We have deans of schools. I can see a number of them here, and I can see a number of heads of departments. Among the deans is my dean, School of Medicine and Health Sciences, Pamela. I can see Dean Professor Melitus Wanyama, School of Music and Performing Arts. I had also seen Professor Kitetu, School of Science, Engineering and Technology. I have seen directors. I can't see his face properly. Yeah, Dr. Wilson Shitandi, the Director, Institute of Postgraduate Studies. They have been here with us and a number of HODs staff members, and our students who've come, members from other institutions. We are very grateful that you are seated here so that we can share in knowledge, because knowledge is power. I hope we are learning. So this is KIPPRA mentorship program for universities, KABARAK chapter. It will be interesting for you to know that this is a program that has been happening since 2018, and this particular one is the 11th function, and we are very grateful to KIPPRA for such a noble initiative. And of course, thank the KABARAK management for hosting it and participating in planning. This event is both physical, but we have lots of virtual broadcasting happening on YouTube, Facebook, and Zoom. And so you can share the link to your networks so that they can follow the proceedings happening. We have a number of handles. So KIPPRA, the Twitter handle is @KIPPRA Kenya. They also have Facebook and YouTube handles, and the handle is KIPPRA Kenya for the two. For KABARAK, the Twitter handle is @KABARAKUni, and they also have a Facebook and YouTube handle, and the handle is KABARAK University. So pop out here and make a comment regarding what is happening. And you can also follow the two institutions. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we will have some presentations from students, from students on national values and principles of governance. We'll have presentations from students on the theme national values and principles of governance. And in the following order, I would like to invite these students one by one to thank you for that small correction. We'll be having the presentations shortly, but of course, before that, we would like to entertain a brief question and answer session so that we can get questions from the audience. I know we have a lot of questions to ask, and we would like to hear the questions. We would like to give you a chance to ask the question about that very fundamental subject that has been shared or presented to us by Mrs. Dorcas. So I am looking out for questions. The lady who passes out the microphone is ready. Mrs. Dorcas, she's ready with a microphone. Are there questions? There's a gentleman up there in a yellow hood. I hope that's yellow. Yeah. There's another one in a green jacket just below that. That will be the second one. Then we shall get the third question from the Daktari who has come from Laikipia. I keep forgetting your name. Yes, please proceed.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. Perhaps if someone has asked me to guess the professional career of Ms. Dorcas, perhaps I would have said she's a communication expert. Yeah, perhaps I had that wrong. But since she's one that continues, in her learning aspiration, I believe maybe one day she will also branch somewhere into communication. I think I loved the presentation. It was supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, as grammarians would say. I think I also like her outfit and her height as well. Okay, my name is Abdurrahman Isa from Egerton University, international student from Ghana. And I'd like to ask some few questions. Okay, usually during interviews, we are asked the question of what's your weakness? And, sometimes you don't know whether you should expose yourself and lose the opportunity as well. So I don't know how we should confront some of these things. The next is about our values. Okay, you made mention of wearing suit ties here and there. What if you're not comfortable with that? Can you just be yourself? If you are a church person, okay, you really recommended the choir guy. So I don't know for the rest of us who are not maybe comfortable in suits. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say you have your own kind of lifestyle. Maybe as a Muslim, I would like to really dress like a Muslim, just as an example. Okay, so I want to have that cap of mine. Maybe once a while, maybe on Friday, I like to wear my council, just for the break time, I'm able to go to my miskiti and the rest. Is it wrong? How do we find a balance? And if I have to sacrifice my values just to meet the demands of a company, then what is the assurance that I will not let the values of the company down along the way? Salary expectation, okay, the food basket, okay, but is it sometimes, striking the balance as to what is too much and what is too little is also, and the insatiable nature of man, nothing is enough, So I think that is just the few that I like to inquire. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please be very precise.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Onyango Joseph Oguta from Laikipia University. I have this question. As here we are the future leaders. I wanted to ask a question after getting the opportunity of being a leader or after getting the job opportunity. Now here comes a case you are now a leader or a manager. What are some extrinsic and intrinsic motivations which you can put in place as a manager? Only that. Thank you.
Thank you. He must be looking forward to becoming a manager. Thank you. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Dorcas, for such an interactive session. My name is Nyokabi Mureithi, a master's student at Egerton University. In my job search, I've come across systems known as applicant tracking systems. Could you please shed a light on that? Thank you.
Thank you. We could take up to 5. Then there's a gentleman over here, and the lady in a blue jacket. Yes, please proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Trisha. I'm from Laikipia University. My question is concerning the questions that are asked during an interview. You said one of them is could ask you to explain more about yourself. So are you supposed to recite what you had written in the CV, or are you supposed to give other explanations about yourself? For example, your skills or something that they should know but you didn't include. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question for this round.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Florius from Arvist, and my question is just brief. I was asking, is attachment part of job experience?
Thank you. So those were 5 questions. Let me request Mrs. Dorcas to kindly respond.
Thank you for asking really great questions. And now at the top now, you asked very, very difficult questions. What is your weakness? Anyway, Oga at the top. Your weakness in an interview setup what you want to share as a weakness should also, on the flip side, be a strength. I'll give you an example. My weakness, and I've always given it in my interview sessions, is timekeeping. That I'm too much of a timekeeper, that perfectionism impacts on my relationships with others. So of course it's a weakness. But what employer doesn't want a timekeeper? They flip it, they're like, this is a weakness we like. So you see, so you're not going to say my weakness is that I lose my temper very easily. We will not hire you. You go back home without a job now. Or you go saying, my weakness is that I really, really don't like when people give me too much work and they give me work even when it's beyond work hours. You say my weakness is that sometimes I give too much and I forget to give myself time to rest. You know, while it's a weakness because you need to find a balance in work, but which employer doesn't want somebody who can work beyond what we expect, isn't it? So our weakness must flip and become a strength. Am I helping you on that? Yeah, but be careful not to give strengths that touch too much on who you are as a person. We all have really weaknesses that can be difficult. Like one of my other weaknesses is that sometimes I trust too much and too soon, and I've had to keep working on that so that when people disappoint me, they disappoint me really big. And so that's a weakness, but also an employer would want somebody to trust so that we are able to move forward even as a team, isn't it? So that's how you want to look at it. A suit, a tie, what if you are not comfortable? Can you be yourself? From today, Oga, now you are not going to be yourself in a workplace. We are going to guide you with policies and guidelines. We are going to guide you with procedures. And you say you have your own lifestyle in your home. Your own lifestyle, not in place of work. Place of work, we give you lifestyle. Place of work, your casual dress, we define it for you. Because we realized when we were not defining it, people were coming to the office naked. People were wearing things you don't want to look at them. You want to send them back home. One time I sent somebody back home, by the way, to dress properly. So what am I saying? Can I wear my kanzu because it's a Friday? Sometimes in a workplace, we have redefined the policy for our brethren that would go to the mosque to worship on Friday, so they could wear the kanzu, so then they are able to go to the mosque comfortably and come back. So there are those exceptions, but you do not define your casual. We have been very clear in every workplace, define a policy of what your casual would be. And that includes, a dress code like a shirt, branded shirt with a company name. So the point here is that how can I just get a balance of company and my own values and mine? I like humor. We know you have your values and your own way of looking and you want to balance. You will balance yourself later at home, but we'll have balanced you with policies and procedures. In that humorous way, I think I have answered that. Now, the food basket, how do I know enough is enough? You are starting off in life, you don't even need enough. My first job, I was paid 18,000. I was singing it to everybody, how it was a lot of money. Wait until there was tax removed. I said, they cut my money again. Then I grew up. I knew life is not like that. So what am I saying? Every position in a workplace has got its defined salary. You understand? But you may not know it. But that's why I said, when you go to that interview, you must have a figure in your head, isn't it? So that you don't tell me, I can take anything and I will tell you I'll give you a bottle of water at the end of the month. You understand? But when we are ethical, morally upright HR professionals, we will make sure we don't shortchange you when you ask for an offer that is twice lower than what the position takes. If the position was meant to pay you 120,000 shillings, I will not say, hey, we've hired somebody who's very cheap. He only asked you 60,000 shillings. So we have saved the 60,000. You are not saving. You are going to demoralize everybody because, shortly staff get to know the facts of an organization. And they will never forgive you for that. They will resent you for that. They will make an employer become miserable because no talent wants to come to an employer that is not what? That is not forthright, isn't it? And therefore, you can present what you would like to have, but we always have perimeters within which to make an offer. So you don't really need to worry about that. But that does not mean that we don't have treacherous people in life. They would be there, but you soon discover about them. but always have a figure. You can have people that can support you in deciding what offer can I go present for this type of a position. And I think you are lucky I gave you my LinkedIn handle. You can ask me at that time and I can be able to guide you. This one started as here as we are future leaders. No, you are leaders today. There's no future. The future started. You are leaders today, sir. But your question is what extensive and intensive motivations you can put in place. I think you should be hired as a manager's trade. Motivating staff, sometimes employers think that it's a big thing, like we have to give you a check of 100,000 to make you feel motivated. Not everybody is motivated by money. You know, others, we are motivated intrinsically by different things you do for us. For example, when you acknowledge me in an email and you broadcast organization-wide for an achievement I've made, some of us prefer that and we're happy with that. Some of us don't need money to be motivated. Some of us, we motivate or we demotivate staff because you corrected them in the presence of everybody else, so you demotivate them and you demoralize them. Some of us want to be appreciated privately. Not everybody wants to be appreciated and everybody else gets to know. So also, as a manager, you will have to learn that. And much more, even sending me for a trip. One time, we had a policy where our staff, when they achieved something, we gave them a trip to our head office in the US, in Washington, D.C., so they could go work there for 3 weeks. Can you imagine somebody's working out of the US for 3 weeks and they've never been there? Forget being there. They've never had a passport. Forget a passport. They've never boarded a plane to enter. They see it passing. That motivates other people, very much so. So there are different ways to motivate, but I think if I can leave you with that, that's helpful. KABE, applicant tracking system. This is a system, a recruiting system. In the recruitment systems, the digital ones, online software, when an applicant applies, when you submit your application, you become our applicant, isn't it? We have got to track between when you applied, did we screen your CV? Did we shortlist you? Did we invite you for an interview? Did we make you an offer or did we not? The flip side, you applied, we realized you're not qualified, so our system is telling us this one is not qualified. Have you given them a response that they did not qualify, so they know that that process for them has ended? So we are able to track our applicants in that sense until the end of our process, one. Secondly, we are able to track, when we are doing our own HR audits, we are able to track that we have this number of applicants that came in, we shortlisted this number, these are the ones who were qualified for the shortlist, and then we hired so-and-so. Because then it also helps us to know what is the yield ratio of the applicants that come in. What's a yield ratio? I didn't need to say this, but I will say, so you know that I went to school on matters HR. A yield ratio is that you are not finding humor in that. You need to have some humor, a little bit. Yield ratio is that out of 1,000 applicants, how many actually met the minimum for a job? So we use that system to help us. You know, you can have 1,000 applications and you find 2 only, isn't it? So either you did not put the profile of the job out there properly, or there's a problem with the organization. There are many factors that can lead to that. So I hope KABE have helped you what that means. And we are able to even go back to those applicants and say, KABE, you had applied some time back, but we now have a position we think you really fit in. Would you like to consider it? So that's what that system does for us. Tricia, there was Tricia. Do you recite what is in the CV or say more? Okay, Tricia, I hope I got your name well, but let me leave that out. When you're asked about saying more to tell us about yourself, you will not put all of that in the CV, but there are certain things about you we may not know. For example, did you know that I sing in a choir and I'm a praise and worship team leader? You couldn't have known, but actually I'm a praise and worship team leader in my church. But you could not know that until I've told you. But if I were in an interview, I would actually say that, because it means I have other interests outside of a job, isn't it? So there are things about you you will not put down, but you should be able to tell us. But be precise and concise. That's what is critical and important. So I hope I've answered that. There's glorious or floor. Is attachment part of experience? Absolutely. That attachment is part of experience. Do you know, experience is not just about the job. It's about also knowing how to drink the tea in the presence of very senior managers. To have the confidence to drink tea in front of a CEO is not a very simple matter. Some sweat and they don't drink the tea. They wait until it's cold, then they quickly take it, or they actually leave it, all of it in the cup. We don't like wastage. So be confident enough to learn to do these things. So attachment is part of experience, because you learn how to interact with people, you learn how people work in the office, you learn how people eat, in the office, how they keep the food in the office fridge, etc. There are many more details that look small and humorous, but they are very serious matters when it comes to what experience you can pick out of an attachment, how to keep time, how to explain yourself when you have not met a target. You still learn. So that's part of experience. Hopefully, that has, in a humorous way, answered that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A round of applause, please. Thank you, Mr. Dorcas. We definitely wish to keep listening, but that conversation can go on our social media platforms, because now we're digital, isn't it? You can be able to engage Madam Dorcas, and she, I have no doubt, will be able to respond to questions, if any. So now we will listen to 3 presentations from students, and the theme of these presentations is national values and principles of governance. So they will come in this order. The first one will be Karen Imani. Karen Imani is from KABARAK University. Immediately after these presentations, we shall proceed for our tea break. So Karen Imani, please make your way to the front so that you can do your presentation. She will be followed by Bridget Aquail from Arvist. Then there will be the 2, Bridget and Karen, will do poems, but George Omondi and Godwin Odhiambo will do a rap song. The 2 come from Arvist. So join me with a round of applause to welcome Karen Imani. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and praise be to God. My name is Karen Imani from KABARAK University. I'm a 3rd-year student pursuing a Bachelor in Information and Technology, and I have the following piece to present. It's entitled, Where I Come From. Enjoy. Swahili people sat and said, Mwendotezi na umo marejioni ngamani. So I will tell you about my ngamani, my origin and my homeland. Where I come from, every woman the age of my mom is my mother too. Every lady tying a lace around their waist, just like the way my mother does it, is definitely gonna be my aunt, because honestly, we really don't need the blood relation to make it count. Where I come from, it's rude not to say Assalamu alaikum or Shikamo. And hold on, there is more. Where I come from, the beautiful land full of scenery and beads and landscape, the life of the wild and heart of the world, my land, Kenya, where Were, Mulungu, and Nyasaye is just the same God, our pillar. Most of us grew up in homes where it's costly being an African child, or especially a firstborn. Some of us grew up in houses where if a plate is not familiar, then you don't eat from it. Hiyo si yenu familia. And I don't think it's right, Junadani ilitufanya tuende kulia, but what is left is this. Growing up in a house or a home didn't really matter, because we all found great ground for our feet to tread upon. We all trying to live right, and it seems like it's impossible, but what is left is this. What is left is the foot that can't dance but found courage to join championships and run. The foot that can't dance but found ground to till. The foot that can't dance but walked to the lake and found a net to fish. My grandfather once told me that I won't look down on anyone because mostly it's the handicap that come in handy. If I'm going to shake my brother's hand, then it won't be because I'm putting a note with someone's face on it between our palms, because let's face it, that has taken us nowhere. That I'm going to have the brevity to plant a tree, knowing that I may not be able to sit and enjoy its shade, that I'll be able to smile, even with my shadow on it, knowing that people are throwing shade on me. My biggest challenge, our biggest challenge, is to be able to share my light, to share your light, to share our light, despite my tribe, despite my fright, because we are Kenya, where I come from. Thank you.
A hearty round of applause. Thank you, Karen. Very fascinating words of wisdom, isn't it? We appreciate you for that. The second presentation is from Bridget Akweyu. Bridget is a student from the Rift Valley Institute of Science and Technology. That land is Kenya, where we come from, isn't it? Yeah, thanks, Karen. You'll do it from here? You're not happy to be seen up there? Okay. Bridget is requesting to do it from here. But I can assure you that all these cameras are on you, Bridget. But feel free, feel relaxed. You use that. Bridget too is from the land of Kenya.
From Rift Valley Institute of Science and Technology, Akweyu Bridget presents The Patriot's Voice. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, be my audience. Attention, attention, please. In public I stand, with bitterness I speak. My eyes are filled with tears of sorrow for the voiceless to be heard. Human rights have been violated for the lack of social justice. Economic status has been compromised due to lack of accountability and transparency. Cost of living increase day and night, with income remaining constant. Awanjiku yearns for livelihood safeguard, for hunger is the most painful of basic needs. This is the patriot's voice. 2022 come. Come, baby, come. 9th August is here. Democratically, I demonstrate my patriotism for kupiga kura ni haki na siri yangu. With protection by the rule of law, my vote counts in sharing and devolution of power. Kenya's aspirants for the town's positions, from the president to the MCA. In your speech, non-discrimination is the key. Despite ethnicity, your integrity votes you in. It's you to preach peace. United as a nation, together we shall stand. Please listen to me. Education is the only equalizer that upholds human dignity. With equity and inclusiveness, we fight the cycle of poverty. Congratulations to our national government for the empowerment you've instilled in the upcoming generation, for knowledge and skills gained through KIOP and TVET centers is the perfect tool to maintain sustainable development. We salute you, the KIPPRA team, for honoring us to be part of your program on sensitization on national values and principles of governance. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you, Bridget. A patriot's voice. I've picked something, an excerpt from that presentation, that education is the only equalizer. It's the only tool that brings together children of the poor and children of the rich, isn't it? So you want to sit in great boardrooms, the tool is education. We shall now listen to the last presentation, and that presentation is from Mr. George Omondi and Mr. Godwin Odhiambo. The two are students from the Rift Valley Institute of Science and Technology. They have a rap song. Are you going to be needing some bit of dancing? Okay, because I was going to request someone to join you in the dance. You need another microphone. There you go. In fact, those are two. Use those. Use those.
JJ. Yeah, morning everyone. Morning KABARAK. JJ. Okay, my name is George Omondi, all the way from Harvest, and together we are 6 Planet. We got a YouTube channel. Yeah. JJ.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have a YouTube channel. You can follow us on YouTube to get our music, our videos, and everything. So right about now, I want to represent to you a song, kind of a rap. Hope you'll enjoy. Thank you. Zia. 6 Planet. Okay. DJ. Zia. One more time. You already know. Listen. Skiza. Mola, tuepushe na chuki na madharau. Kama Wakenya tupe na amani angalau. Sisi wananchi wote na pia na makarao. Sote tuwe wazalendo juu Kenya ndo mama yao. Kenya is a place to be. Round of applause if you know that you work for peace. Sote ni kitu kimoja tupendane please. Tufanye kazi pamoja ndo tuachieve our dreams. Utawala bora ndo the main theme. What? The rule of law ndo the legal maxim. It's high time tulenge tribalism. Na pia tulipe tax, show your patriotism. Pushing hard it first to peace. Kenya now is a place to be. Working hard to strive for peace. Hoping one day's gonna be. Pushing hard, don't feel ashamed. Kenya now is a place to be. Working hard to strive for peace. Hoping one day's gonna be. Watakusema lakini watadozi. Uko busy ukitafuta ngado. Usiamini binadamu watakuumiza roho. If you wanna be the best, jua vile una roll. Even though I got the haters, so I'm pushing all the borders and building all that is broken. So I pray and I'm trying to stay focused at the end of the day. day I fly high like a chopper. Man, I'm the king in this case. It's funny that I beat them on their own game. Rappers squeezy wanasema mina burn kama flame, na hata wakibonga watajua mi ndo king kwa hii race. Rap tu ni rap, buda hindo verse tu. Hata ukitenda mema bado watabonga tu. Kitambo walikucheka, leo uko part 2. Wefuata kile unapenda na roho yako iwe juu. Pushing hard and feel ashamed. Kenya now is the place to be. Working hard to strive for peace. Showing one is gonna be. What? Yeah, it's 6B one more time. Beautiful people. Listen. Yeah. Yeah. Listen. Skiza. Hey, life is a journey of 1,000 miles. At last I got the victory after 1,000 trials. Positivity will never sleep from my mind. I can't believe this haters is on in front of my eyes. Being a Christian is the time, believe in Jesus Christ. KABARAK that I'm willing to be crucified. Bright like a diamond, I still shine. I say bright like a diamond, I still shine. It's Hispanic, beautiful people. Yeah. To find us on YouTube, it's Hispanic on all social media platforms. Thank you. Yeah.
A round of applause for Six Planet. Yeah, that's how we roll. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Six Planet, for that presentation. So we are now good to go and have a cup of tea. And just like we did yesterday, we will have all our students from all the universities represented, all institutions represented, walking out through the back entrance. You pick a meal card, then proceed to the to the mess. Members of staff, all invited guests, will come through this door to the tent that is just outside of this venue. And the quality of tea at the mess, the quality of tea at the tent is the same. So either way, we're going to have the same quality of tea and snack. And we have, I'm reminded that we only use 10 minutes or 15, thereabout. We take the tea and be back here so that we finish on time. Shall we pray? God in heaven, we thank you this morning for the sessions that are ongoing. Thank you for the knowledge we continue to share. Thank you for everybody represented here. As we go to take tea and snacks, may you be with us. This is our prayer in Jesus' name. Amen. Enjoy your tea.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. Join me in thanking KIPPRA management, represented by Dr. Rose Ngugi, and the board, represented by Mr. Samuel Gitau, for this program. And we also want to thank KABARAK University for agreeing to host this event. From the entertainment, everything is just awesome. So well done, KABARAK University. And for the participants from various learning institutions, I'm impressed with the kind of engagement you've had since yesterday. So thank you so much. We hope you continue with the same spirit. And we want to say, indeed, it's a blessing to have this forum. And from the one of the songs sung by the choir, indeed, it's a blessing to have this opportunity as it's preparing you for the job market. And everything is about youth, and your future. So take it seriously. So I'm here on behalf of the State Department for Planning. So we are responsible for national and sectoral development planning, including monitoring and evaluation. And we work with various affiliated institutions, KIPPRA being one of them in terms of public policy, research, and analysis. We have the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics for our reporting and the data we need. We also work with the National Government Constituency Development Fund. We work with the Vision 2030 Delivery Secretariat, and we also work with NEPAD, which is New Partnership for Africa Development, and on AU issues. Thank So my presentation will basically entail a bit of introduction. We'll have the development planning process, historical, as well as in the context of the new constitution, a brief linkage between planning and budgeting. I'll also take you through the implementation of the Kenya Vision 2030 in brief, because most of it was done yesterday by Madam Ada from the Vision 2030 Delivery Secretariat. And then we'll have monitoring and evaluation, which is a very important aspect of development planning. So planning, as defined by our sessional paper number 10 of 1965, it's a comprehensive exercise designed to find best ways in which we can manage our limited resources to achieve the desirable results. And any activity that uses resources requires a bit of planning. So I'm sure in your everyday engagement, perhaps you have your types of personal plan on any engagement that you do as an individual, and even as an institution. Before you hold a seminar or a conference, you have to do planning because there are resources required, both human and there's time, there's financial, and there's also human resource. So the planning has various forms. We have physical planning. This entails the use of land and the layout. We have social planning, which is basically looking at the welfare and other social issues. We have financial planning, which focuses more on managing the revenue, expenditure, and also budgeting. And then economic planning, which now is a concerted effort to bring development planning. So development planning is a conscious effort by a central authority. In this case, it's the government of Kenya through the State Department for Planning, of course in collaboration with various agencies, to direct or control the principal variables to ensure that the country achieves the set objectives over time. And in doing this, we engage with the economic agents who are me and you, and in terms of consuming and supplying labor. We also have the firms who produce and hire us as laborers, and you have the government itself, which is in charge of monetary and fiscal policies. For those of us who are taking economic course, this is not new to you. So the process of planning entails preparation. You have to prepare a plan. There is the execution of the plan, and then you have monitoring and evaluation, which is very important to tell us how we are performing in terms of achieving the goals that we've set through our respective plans. So maybe before I proceed, given that definition, maybe I'll just ask a few of us to just give me the type of plans that you know of. Maybe two students. Any types of plans? Volunteers?
Okay, my name is George Omondi from Arvis. Strategic plan.
Yeah, thank you. Well done. Any other? A lady?
I'm Ann Kiprop, student KABARAK University, Nakuru Town Campus. We have contingency plan, we have operational plan.
Yeah, thank you so much. You're not far from what I have in the next slide. So these are the type of plans we have. We have the annual budget where you set our targets and the expected output given our resources. We have the sessional papers. I don't know if you've heard of any sessional paper for Kenya. Anyone who's aware of any sessional paper in Kenya? Is it the T? Oh, thank you, thank you. Give him the mic.
Just a trial. I know of the session paper number 10 of 1965.
Yeah, correct. And I think in my definition, I even quoted it because the definition I gave you for planning is from that sessional paper number 10 of 1965. So thank you so much. So we have medium-term plans. We were taken through yesterday. We have long-term plans. We have our own Vision 2030, and we also have Africa Agenda 2063 blueprint for the African continent. We also have specific sectoral plans for the specific sectors, and as a State Department for Planning, we give guides to various MDAs in how to develop the specific sector plans. We also have specific area plans. This is designed for specific areas. You might have a master plan for maybe Nakuru, it's now a city. Then any other area could have a plan. We also have project plan for specific projects, and then you have a strategic plan that, as it was mentioned, and I believe as a university, you have a strategic plan that entails what you want to achieve within a period of, say, 5. Some do it for 3 years. So that is just an example of the medium-term plans. We have the first medium-term plan that covered the period 2008 to 2012. We have the second medium-term plan for the period 2013 to 2017. We have the long-term plan with Agenda 2063 for Africa with 7 aspirations and 20 goals. And then we also have the Sustainable Development Goals, which are now global commitments. So development planning process in Kenya dates back to the time we got our independence, and we've done them in a cycle of every 5 years. So those are some of the planning initiatives we've had as a country. You've seen the first one is the sessional paper number 10 of 1965, African Socialism and its application to planning in Kenya. Maybe allow me to just pose this question. When you hear, for those of us who are aware of the sessional paper number 10 of 1965, what comes into your mind? Any trials? Laikipia University, this is your chance. Laikipia is not represented. Then we give KABARAK. KABARAK, yeah. Sorry? Okay, okay.
My name is David Njihia. So this is just a trial, I'm not really sure. But I think what comes to mind is the three things that were ailing Kenya at the time. We had poverty, disease, and I think lack of education. I'm not really sure though. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's not a trial. I think you had some leakage. So those are the things that the paper was meant to address. And up to now, we are still grappling with them, though at different levels compared to where we were in 1963 to the current date. Then we have the sessional paper number 1 of 1986 on economic management for renewed growth. Like I said, we have national development plans, which are running for a period of majorly 5 years. So those are the respective plans we've had. The first one from 1964 to 1970 with the various themes as indicated. So I won't go into details just for the sake of time, but you'll have this presentation and you can also find all these plans in our library as well as the KIPPRA repository, and you also disseminate some of these plans to universities. So maybe you'll have a chance to go through them. Then you have the district development plans. This was meant to serve the district because we realized we were doing plans at the national level, but there are district-specific issues that needed to be addressed. So the district planning was introduced. So right now we've transited from the district to sub-county as per our new constitution. Then we have the National Poverty Eradication Plan, 1999 to 2015, which provided a policy and institutional framework for urgent fight against poverty in Kenya. We have the Poverty Reduction Strategy from 2001 to 2004 with its intended objective. And then we have the Economic Recovery for Wealth and Employment Creation, which had key pillars on growth and macroeconomic stability. We had issues of improved governance. We had social equity and poverty reduction. We had rehabilitation and restoration of infrastructure. And if you can recall, I know most of you are young, but this particular strategy helped us achieve at one point a high growth rate of 7%. That was in 2007. And many other fruits we are enjoying, particularly in the education sector. There is the devolved funds that include the free primary education. There is the free secondary education, the CDF, which has now bursary. I'm sure some of you might have benefited from the bursary, and many other various developments at that grassroots level, courtesy of the Constituency Development Fund. And we also have the Kenya Vision 2030 and its successive medium-term plans. I think we were taken through the Vision 2030 yesterday, so I won't dwell so much on the Vision 2030. And we have the international priorities. The first one is Millennium Development Goals. I know you'll ask why it's there, but we borrowed a lot when we were doing our medium-term plan and 2. It borrowed from the MDGs. I hope you're aware what MDGs are. These are Millennium Development Goals that are supposed to help countries between 2000 to 2015. Still the 3 areas that we're talking about, the literacy, the poverty, disease, and also aspects of climate. Then you have the Agenda 2063, which I've just shown you. And then you have the Sustainable Development Goals, which aims at integrating the economy society and environment. And I recall yesterday there's someone who asked whether when we do our strategies, we think about the environment. So I can assure you, most of our plans are integrated so that we have a balance on the economy in terms of prosperity. We also look at the people and the planet. So in the new constitution, this brought about two levels of government. We have the national and the county government with distinct function. So maybe last question, which section of the constitution defines the functions of the national and the county government? Any trials? Our learned friends, the lawyers. Any attempt? Where is the jurisprudence student yesterday? Oh, we are not aware of our constitution. So maybe I'll challenge you to look at Schedule 4 and also, oh, sorry.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Chiema Kevin David. Of course, I'm a law student, KABARAK University. Yes, the fourth schedule is the one that defines the distribution of functions between national and county government. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So the Constitution brought about the issue of public participation, and I think Victor Mose did justice yesterday in taking us through the public participation process in coming up with our policies. So even planning, we do public participation to ensure there is inclusivity. These are all groups are represented. We get their view from the children to women, youth, the elderly, the private sector, everyone, so that there is ownership and again sustainability. Previously, you could do a plan maybe or without engaging the community. So you think that maybe their priority at that time is a school, and maybe that is not a priority to them. So they don't own the project. It ends up being a white elephant. So to ensure that everyone is involved and for sustainability, so we do public participation, right from preparation of the report to implementation and to also monitoring and evaluation. So public participation is very key. It's one of the principles of national values and principles of governance, and I'm sure there is a session for that which will be clearly taken through. Then so that particular section of the Constitution, that is Article 10, it binds all state organizations that whenever they're coming up with a strategy or a policy or any plan, they have to do public participation. And there are various avenues for public participation. We have the traditional barazas. Some of you might not have a chance to attend, but you have the social media. So please, if you have reasonable or something that you want to pass through, please give your tweet and or through Twitter handle or Facebook or even those various avenues available. I can assure you those things are read and they form part of our planning. So be engaged in the same. So that is just one of the photo of our cabinet secretary during the launch of one of the public participation forum. And this is Honorable Ambassador Okori Atani, Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Planning. So I'll focus on the medium-term plan 3, which is the plan that you are currently implementing. And like I said in my introduction, it has a theme, which is transforming lives and advancing socioeconomic development through the Big Four. And I won't discuss so much about Big Four. I think the team that participated in the debate did justice on the various initiatives under each pillar of the Big Four. So the medium-term plan 3 is aligned to the agenda of the government of the day, which is now the Big Four. So what you realize that these plans that we do, they're done every 5 years. And so for every 5 years, we have to incorporate the manifesto of the government of the day. So that's why you see MTP3 is more aligned to the Big Four, which was the priority item for the current government. So maybe as we do other medium-term plans, it will be aligned now to the manifesto of the government of the day. And then it's also mainstream programs and projects of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Africa Agenda 2063. It also builds on the achievements of the first and second medium-term plan. It prioritizes the Big Four, which I've already indicated. So we also do sector plans for all those that accompany the medium-term plan. So for the sake of time, I won't go through them, but they are arranged in under each pillar, the economic, social, political pillars. We also have the foundation and enabler. So we have sector plans for each of these enabler and the foundation. And then in addition to that, in the third medium-term plan, we have 3 thematic areas. There is one on climate, there is a disaster, and then there is HIV and AIDS. So implementation of the plan, just as we are taken through, it's done through the medium-term plans. We have the sector plans, we have strategic plans, we have county integrated plans, we have the annual budget, we have the annual work plan, and we have the performance appraisal system. This is now at the individual employee level. So everyone has a role to play in implementation of the Vision 2030. So just to summarize what I've taken you through, this is the National Performance Management Framework and also the County Performance Management Framework. It shows you the link from the Vision 2030. So we have, on my left, we have the county, where they have the 10-year sector plan and the special plan. Then you have the county integrated development plan, which is aligned to the medium-term plan. We have the 5-year departmental strategic plan. We have the budget, which now informs our work plan. And then you have performance contract. Even counties have their performance contract. So every county government has specific priorities to deliver, and it's aligned to the CIDP, and which is also aligned to the Vision 2030. And then you have performance appraisal at the individual level. So the same structure applies to the national government. We have the Vision 2030, we have our medium-term plan, we have the 5-year sector plans. I've shown you the various sector plans that we prepare as a country. And then you have the ministry, departments, and agency strategic plan to guide institutions on what they intend to achieve to be able to also contribute to the Vision 2030. We have the annual work plan and the annual budget. So whatever resources we get every year, we have to indicate what we're supposed to do and what we intend to achieve with these resources. Then we have performance contracting. You've had institutions being ranked on in terms of performance. They are normally commitments that they put forward every year, and they are obligated to deliver on the same. And then you have performance appraisal at the individual level. Just like students, I know yours is more of the cards and the end semester exam. So even us as public officers, we are assessed on what we've done, or rather what we've contributed to development matters. And then monitoring and evaluation, a very important aspect of development planning. So as a country, we do monitoring through the national...
Sonyango, I request you to please conclude.
Okay, National Integrated Monitoring and Evaluation System for the national government, and we also have the County Integrated System for the county government. So just before I conclude, we are at the tail end of the third medium-term plan. So we've begun preparations for the medium-term plan 4 for the period 2023 to 2027, and it will be guided by the Vision 2030, the Constitution of Kenya, lessons learned from the previous MTPs, the post-COVID economic recovery strategy, and ongoing global dynamics. So just to inform us of what steps we take is the situation analysis. This is borrowed from now what we've achieved from the previous plan and maybe what you can carry forward to the next phase of the Vision 2030 in terms of the fourth medium term plan. We need to identify a theme and objectives. The plan I've showed you, all of them have a specific theme that will drive us now to achieve certain deliverables. We do macroeconomic forecasting, and as a country, we rely on the KIPPRA Treasury macro model to give us a forecast on what we intend to achieve, particularly for the macroeconomic variables. And also consensus building. This involves consultation so that you have everyone on board for the purposes of ownership and sustainability. Then there is approval through various processes, including the cabinet approval and publication and launch for implementation. And the cycle continues up to the monitoring and evaluation. So in terms of the outline, this is what the MTP4 will contain. Programs and projects to be implemented between the period 2023 to 2027. We'll have flagship projects, and this will be guided by flagship project criteria. This is done as a VDS and the State Department for Planning. We've revised the flagship project criteria that will inform now what projects qualify as a flagship. And then policies and legal institutional frameworks. It will build on gains made during the implementation of the previous plan. It will also address lessons learned and challenges in the plans that we've just gone through, and also mainstreaming of the regional and international development priorities. So thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause. I really apologize for requesting you to go very fast. I know sometimes when you have prepared a presentation for 30, 40 minutes, and you're being requested to present it within 20 minutes, it becomes very tricky. Nevertheless, you have been able to present and presented well, and we appreciate that you have made time to prepare and traveled to present. We have realized that we still have quite a number of presentations, and for that reason, we will be trying to stick to 20 minutes. 20 minutes of presentation. And I'm really trying to be a keen timekeeper so that we're able to cover all the items on the program and do so in a way that is good. So the next presentation will be on government opportunities for the youth. Government opportunities for the youth. This presentation will be made by Miss Juliet Owino. Miss Juliet Owino comes from the National Youth Council, NYC. Miss Juliet Owino from the National Youth Council. Allow me introduce Miss Juliet Owino briefly. She is in charge of research and policy at the National Youth Council, where her brief is to ensure that policy formulation targeting the youth stem from the needs identified and documented, and therefore tailor-made to tackle youth issues. In order to effectively do this, she spearheads relevant research on youth issues in a bid to identify and document data needs and gaps as per the National Youth Mandate. Juliet is driven by end consumer result and always strives to ensure that at the end of an interaction with the people she serves, no questions remain unanswered. A lover of adventure and nature, she's always willing to grab opportunities which present themselves to get lost in the wild and commune with nature. Help me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming Ms. Juliet Owino. A round of applause, please. lost and found black wallet. So if you lost a wallet, you see me, identify yourself so you can get it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I thought we just took tea. Hatuna nguvu ama inaendelea ikididimia. Now, I'm going to be brief, as I've been told. Juliet Owino is my name, as you've been told, and I come from the National Youth Council. And all protocol observed, I'd like to thank the management of KIPPRA, specifically for giving us this opportunity just to come and share with the youth at KABARAK University on the government initiatives that are offered by the national government that is supposed to be empowering the youth. And by empowering the youth, I mean there's been policy discussions going on, policy development from yesterday, and we were told that a policy is supposed to be solving a particular problem. And so in solving problems that probably emanate from empowering youth and probably not them being able to just get livelihoods for themselves, the government has come up with the Kenya Youth Development Policy, which you can all check online, and it has 9 priority areas. One of the priority areas is to give a decent livelihood to the youth. And because government realizes that with the population increase and positions in employment getting less and less, in Article 55 of the Constitution, the government is charged with coming up with affirmative action, just so that the youth are able to sustain themselves and even be empowered. And it is on this backdrop that I bring us the government opportunities for youth empowerment, which are offered by the government in realization of the Vision 2030 and eventually also the Big Four agenda. Now, National Youth Council. I know maybe many of you have not heard about NYC. Anyone who's heard about National Youth Council before I stood on this podium? Anyone? Anyone? I want to believe you, by not putting up your hands, it's not like you don't want to answer, but because there is no one. Now, National Youth Council is a state sorry about that. Okay, so National Youth Council, it's a state corporation in the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, and it came into being through the enactment of the National Youth Council Act of 2009. And on this, it is now the official voice of the youth. We are supposed to be advocating for the youth voice and informing government policy and regulations. We do this by regulating and coordinating youth activities and initiatives for youth empowerment, inclusion, and participation in all spheres of life. So for us, it is advocacy. We would want the youth voice heard in every other decision-making body. In every other decision-making table, we would want the youth voice heard. So today, I'm going to be just presenting on a few government opportunities that are available for the youth. And in taking up these, I'd like us to make use of our social media pages. I was seeing people having, Facebook accounts and WhatsApp. I'd like you also to make use of Google and make it your friend so that you're able to get some of this information. National Youth Council has social media handles, which I will be sharing at the end of this presentation, so that you can be able to follow us for the opportunities that keep coming. We have a segment called 4 at 4. So at 4 every other day, we post probably job opportunities. If there are any other opportunities that are available for the youth, it's posted there. So as National Youth Council, this is the first opportunity that is available for the youth. And we've named it the Accelerate program. This is meant for university students like you who are now transiting to their workplace. And yesterday there was also another presentation on innovation. We are also looking to, link innovative students or rather innovative youth to sector players. We've been able to do this with Kenya Airways, and it's a project that has just started, and we look forward to ensuring that if you have an idea that can be backed into something that will be good for both. It was said yesterday, it has to be good for both the user and the person who is coming up with the idea. So if you're such a person, we usually have a call out, and we link university students to employers or sector players who are in that field of the innovation that you're coming up with. Now, as National Youth Council, we also have a program called Fursa Mashinani, and Fursa in Swahili means opportunity. And Fursa Mashinani means that we came up with it in this COVID season because we realized that youth have the potential to come up with solutions. But then if they're not reached, then it only means that they cannot give these solutions. And definitely we have economic recovery with us after the COVID hit us. So we have these challenges every year, and we go to the youth at the grassroots levels and ask them to come up with solutions. These solutions and then birthed into innovations that can come up and give solutions to the needs of the people. Okay, so yes, the other opportunity, affirmative funds. Yesterday, we had somebody speak from Youth Fund, and she gave us, an outline of how we can be able to, get these funds to start our businesses. The government recognizes that we all cannot be in employment at any given time. And so it means that some people who are, having entrepreneurial skills should be able to make use of the funds. We have Youth Enterprise Development Fund. This is at the national level, and they're found in every county as well. Uwezo Fund is also for youth, women, and persons with disability. But of course, at this point, I'm talking to the youth. And if you're a woman, then you are even better placed. If you are having disability, then you're even better placed. So you can go for it as a youth, you are there as a woman, and probably you have a form of disability, so your stakes are even high. Uwezo Fund is at the constituency level. I don't know how many of us have been able to try, probably get these funds. I know yesterday somebody said that sometimes there are bits of issues and processes are probably complicated. Has any of us tried getting these funds? Tafadhali msiniassume. Anyone? Anyone? Well, these are funds. Anyone? Okay. Could you give them a mic just to give us probably an experience or something? Were they able to get it, or have they been successful in using it?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Monty Dick. With the fund, we tried. There was a group of ours that comes from our constituency that we applied this and we followed, but due to various issues and matters of corruption that is affecting our country, we never managed to actually qualify. So that was the issue. Thank you very much.
Okay. I would want probably, I wouldn't probe at the moment, but it would be good to know what this form of corruption was. I want to assume that on your part, everything was okay. Yeah. And it was a bit a matter of corruption. But I want to thank you because you went ahead and tried, right? And I would want to tell you that you need not to lose hope, because patience is what we need. Probably if it was last year, have you tried this year again? Yes, so I think there's also that bit of a mindset that maybe hatutapata, hata tukijaribu. So these funds are available, and in the event that they're not used up, planning is here. They take it back and replan, you know, and that is how we lose on them. We have a third opportunity that is available for the youth, which is access to government procurement opportunity. Anyone who's done business with the government? Nani hapa wamefanya biashara na serikali? Kabarak, Laikipia. We are not business oriented, yeah? Tunatafuta employment. Ni chache, yeah? But before then, maybe you need to think of trying to go for the government procurement opportunities. Now, 30% of all procurement opportunities that are available in organizations are set aside for the youth, women, and persons with disability. And to this end, I need you just to go into all government institutions, all, and then online, and just check and give it a try if you think you can be able to do it. And I know you'll probably tell me, hiyo ni pesa mingi sana, I might not be able to get it. Youth Fund already told us that they finance LPOs and LSOs. So that is a route that you can take. Of course, the requirements are outlined. It has to be a business that is registered. You've got to be tax compliant. You've got to be above 18 and not more than 34. And when you go to the website, you will be able to see all this information. It's important that even though we have not tried, we take note. And even if we don't try, let us share with other youth, because this is just a fraction of, first of all, the youth in Kabarak, and this is a fraction of the youth by extension that you interact with outside Kabarak. So the next one, Ajira Digital. Najua sisi ni digital. Our phones. Apart from the social media, what else do you do with your phone so that it can be able to give you livelihood? Yeah? Anyone who's gone through a course in Ajira Digital? Okay, there's somebody there. Could you probably just tell us what course? Have you been able to clear it up? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Trisha from Laikipia University. They introduced Ajira to the school recently when I had enrolled, and I decided to. We recently did transcription. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that, Tricia. Now, this program is meant to help us work from home. Somebody there said that he does not want to dress in suits and all that when going to the office. This could be something for you. And when you go online, then you're able to get the courses that are offered, like design and creative, admin and customer service. You choose the course you want. You learn online, it is free. And then from there, you are able probably to bid for jobs. This is supposed to help us get livelihoods for ourselves and by extension, our families. So kindly go to the website for Ajira Digital, get to know what goes on there. There are even the Ajira clubs, yeah, and these ones focuses on skill development. So it's a course that would be able to really give you livelihood just using your phone, just having your laptop at home and probably Wi-Fi. And I know somebody will even ask me that we do not have internet a lot, I know you use internet on other things. And so at some point, it would mean that you have to sacrifice for you to get this course. Now, for those who are looking to be employed, hopefully, the government has public service commission internships. And this happens every other year. So if you are transiting, you're finishing university, looking to get some work experience, you've been out of university for the last probably 3 years, then this would be an internship program that will benefit you. And all this information is also, again, available on the Public Service Commission website. Mine is to let you know that it is available, and then you need to go out and get all this information. I'm available to give more information as well, and as we go on. There is KABARAK and Kazi Mtaani. These ones are probably not really focusing on KABARAK because they are meant to, they're meant for those who, just cleared Form 4 and are looking for livelihoods. But why do I bring it in this forum? We have our sisters, we have our brothers, we have other relatives who could benefit from this information. So, as our CEO put it yesterday, KABARAK is a program that looks to empower the youth, yeah? They're trained on particular courses, they're linked with the industry players, and whenever there is a competition, the best are given grants. So this is a project that is also focusing on the youth. And I don't know whether anyone knows if there are people who've been able to benefit from KABARAK here. Yeah? Do you know if, I know somebody asked about KABARAK yesterday, but that was cleared. But this is something that you can be able to share with your folks back at home. National Hygiene Program, this is a project that was brought in last year, not last year, 2020, to cushion, the youth in the informal settlements on the effects of COVID. So this involves using your hand to work, and then you are paid for it. I can see the moderator is already standing here, but yes, I am in the final presentation. Now, there is an engagement platform called UniTalk. Have we heard about UniTalk? Anyone? Okay. Mnatafutanga information aina gani? That will be my question for you. Unitalk is an engagement platform, and I'd like you to look at, first of all, your report. Yeah? Look at your report, because your report is the overarching platform. The one for Kenya is the one called Unitalk. So your report, it's a collaboration between UNICEF and the State Department for Youth Affairs. In this platform, you get to engage with youth from the whole world. And from time to time, polls are sent, and they collect real-time responses and publishes reports. At the moment, we are at the registration phase, and that is why I've put the joining instructions. You have just to dial 2024 and follow the instructions, and all messages are free, just so that you know it's not gonna eat up your credit. So, in a nutshell, those have been the initiatives that we have at the moment, and these are the initiatives that are offered by national government. I'm sure county governments also have initiatives for the youth. I'm sure the private sector has very many initiatives for the youth, but when given a chance, I will be able to outline all of them. So at this point, that will be my last slide. Follow us on our social media pages, just so that you can get to know more about us. I am available as well for more interaction. And I wish us all well. I know yesterday somebody said that cannot should not be our language. And so let us go out. Let us look for this information. They are available. Whenever you Google, you will be able to find this information. And whenever you call on us at the National Youth Council, you'll also be able to get this information. So thank you so much, and looking forward to interacting with you. Thank you.
A hearty round of applause for Juliet. Thank you, Juliet, for that good presentation. Judy did 23 minutes, and Juliet has done 21 minutes. I have no doubt Maureen will do around 18, 19, or anything. Yeah, I have no doubt Maureen will honor that. So thank you, Juliet, for keeping to time, but still communicating the message that you wanted to communicate. I'll use 1 minute to invite a gentleman here. 1 minute is 1 minute. Called, and because he's my namesake, called Michael Chipkor. He's my namesake, so obviously I have to be a little biased. Michael will use 1 minute to say something about the award that he won after bidding for something called Mbele na Bees. Michael, people call Michael keep to time, and they don't go beyond what they've been given. He's from Egerton University. You see, we're even of the same height. Acha nisimame hapa tu.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, my name is Michael Chepkor. As you have been told, I'm from Egerton University. I will be very brief on this one. I am among the people who were able to be awarded some good amount. It was a grant from Mbele na Bees program. Who has heard about Mbele na Bees program? Yes, that was the program. They were having 750 awardees. The awardees were awarded a grant of 3.6 million or 900,000. So for me, I was able to be awarded 900,000 after pitching a business plan, which is already in operation, and very soon I'm expecting to begin now getting the returns out of the business. So I think that will be very brief. So something small for our youth. We need to be more proactive. Basically, we need to be looking for these opportunities. They are always there in the internet, and they are very free and very fair. Sometimes it takes time because of the process. I applied in 2020. I was awarded in 2021 around February, 2019 in fact. Then I was awarded in 2021 around February. So please, members and my fellow youth, let's all try these opportunities. Let's keep watching. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you so much for sharing. I think that's a testimony that it is possible. Yeah, that's a testimony that it is possible and people are getting awarded. So if you're somewhere be thinking that this thing is not working and you cannot get the money, others who are positive-minded and who are trying and working hard to do it are getting money. So that gentleman, I think he was worth 900,000 then. It must have appreciated now. So he's a millionaire. Congratulations, Michael. Allow me now introduce the next presenter. And the next presenter's name is Miss Maureen C. Mtai. She will be presenting on the role of the Youth Liaison Office in promoting the youth agenda. Let me read through her brief bio. Ms. Maureen Chepkoech, the C is Chepkoech, is a multi-skilled social advocate with over 10 years working experience in government and private sector organizations. She currently serves as the focal point on youth and governance at the United Nations Youth Association, Kenya chapter, and the Governmental Relations and Liaison Consultant at ADA Labs Africa, an Artificial Intelligence Center of Excellence. Ms. Chepkoech is an ardent champion for youth economic empowerment and has amplified young people's voices both at the national and international fora. Her quest to ensure that young people's voices influence decision-making at the policy level has seen her tenacious contributions at the high-level political fora, United Nations Climate Summit, and the United Nations General Assembly as the Kenya youth representative. She also supports the African Union through the Special Envoy on Youth. Ms. Chepkoech previously served as an advisor to Kenya's Youth Programs Director in the Office of the President, where she successfully championed for the designation of the President of Kenya as the Global Champion for the Young People's Agenda under Generation Unlimited program. Ms. Maureen also served as a focal point on youth at the Council of Governors, where she provided a platform for the amplification of youth voices and co-creating solutions for sustainable development. She is a member of the Youth Peace and Security Sector Working Group, a program under the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, and a member of Kenya Green Building Society. Please help me welcome Ms. Maureen Chepkoech to make her presentation.
take a breather. I will start with thanking the KIPPRA team through the executive director, Dr. Ngugi, and of course the board, Mr. Gitao, and the team at large for KIPPRA for this wonderful opportunity and the tiresome work that you put into it, including even the moderator. Good job. And most of all, I'd like to also acknowledge the young people here and even the young at heart. I've not forgotten you. And I will try my best to present what that I had prepared, but I'm looking, because of the time that I've been constrained into, I think it will be best to leave you with more of a message as opposed to the presentation. Because at the end of the day, if the team allows me, the presentation will be sent to you. Is that okay? Yeah? And then I'll need more liveliness than that. Remember what Dorcas had mentioned, Madam Dorcas? Yeah, so you need the liveliness so that we can have even the encouragement to speak. So thank you again, moderator, for reading my bio. And what I'd like you to pick from that is not the many titles and organization, but to know that anything and everything is possible. With God, there's nothing that is impossible. So I need to encourage you in that. So I'll start with the United Nations Youth Association in brief of what we are all about. Then I'll go into the Youth Programs and Liaison, Office of the President, on behalf of the director who wasn't able to be here because he has traveled, Director Walter Mungare. You go. So my eyesight isn't that good, so that's why I'll use my phone. But I hope you can see. You can see the presentation? Or are you straining? Is it too white? Don't worry. Again, like I said, you're going to have the presentation with you. So I'll do the summary of the United Nations Youth Association. It's a national nonprofit membership organization working with the youth organization, universities such as yourself, and marginalized youth, including women and girls. The United Nations Kenya envisions a society where youth become responsible, participating citizens, while focusing on policies for economic empowerment, gender equality, human rights, and social integration. The United Nations Youth Association, the Kenyan chapter, the reason why we say the Kenyan chapter is because United Nations Youth Association is across the world. So what happens is each member state that is registered at the United Nations, you know about the member states, right? So each member state has a United Nations Youth Association. So there's United Nations Youth Association Kenya, there's Finland, there's Japan, there's all the different countries. So it's affiliated to the World Federation of United Nations Association through the United Nations Youth Association Network, based in New York and Geneva. So far, we have not exactly had our offices tailored to the country, but we are working towards that. Initially, before the COVID hit, that was the plan that we had, to have the offices centered in Kenya at the UON Gigiri. Our mission is to cultivate and build a generation of young leaders who promote peace, intercultural and interreligious understanding, socio-economic development, and cooperation while working to eradicate youth unemployment, regional disintegration, disease, and all forms of social injustice. So I won't dive into the mandates because it's a long mandate, but I can mention maybe three. The mandates are, one is promoting national cooperation in the field of youth and recommending appropriate policies, monitoring the status of the youth national, as well as gathering and disseminating youth information, developing national and regional programs for youth sustainability. So one of the things that we also do is, like, for example, this forum with KIPPRA, the possible collaboration that we can have is in such mentorship programs. We work towards the capacity building, and also we help with mobilizing resources. so that we can be able to impact and influence and empower young people in the various spaces. So that is the summary for United Nations Youth Association. I hope I have spoken to you on that, because I'd like to move now to the youth programs. And you know, with government, once you're given a speech to read, even if you've been sent by the CS or PS, it's mandatory read it letter to letter and word to word. I don't know if you know that. Are you aware of that? Like you can't go against it. So I will, if that's okay, are we all together? Did you hear about the United Nations? Do you think you can recite it? Okay, I'll be pushing it. So we will go to youth programs and liaison executive office of the president. I think, yeah, we can start with that. At least this one you can see it, right? So the youth programs and liaison office of the president, I will speak again, like I said, on behalf of Director Walter Mungari. So what his mandate is, he's appointed to advise the president on youth matters. That's his main mandate. The mandate of the office is to be more of a linkage or a connection. That's why the word liaison, because you're linking given institutions, individuals to a given goal or focus. So for example, what can I think of? Like for example now, with the forum that we have currently. So KIPPRA is doing a mentorship program to students, and United Nations Youth Association, one of their mandates and one of our mandates is in capacity building and empowering young people. So what the office does, it brings those two institutions or entities together to work for a common goal and to consolidate whatever resources is directed to that, to achieve that goal. So that's what the office does. So the government recognizes the importance of youth as a crucial component in achieving the national economic transformation. The government has designated policies and programs that places the youth in the center of national development. This is why we say there's inclusivity, and we involve the youth in decision making. Just us being here and for you to listen to us and the opportunities that are there for you, that's already the inclusivity that we mean when it comes to the government or the youth programs office. The overriding goal of the policy is to fully unleash the productivity potential of the young people, both at individual level and as active participants in nation building. Like I said, you'll allow me not to dive into everything. We mobilize and convene and coordinate stakeholders such as government ministries and institutions, non-governmental organizations, community-based organizations, research organizations, the private sector, development partners, and institutions of higher learning such as this. Identify and advise the president on priority and strategic programs for youth, as I had mentioned, which is this one. Monitor progress of the implementation of youth programs under the National Development Implementation and Communication Committee, which is the NDICC. So before niseme ni hayo tu, wadau na wadaudes. I don't even know that language. Sasa, I will now speak off script now that I have finished, and you are my witness that I read it. Anyone asked, including the director, please everyone say I read as per word. Okay? So moving from the government hat and back to just being the youth, and you see me here standing before you, and having achieved to be part of the team and the first Kenya youth representative to go with the president to the General Assembly. I don't know how many of you are aware of the United General Assembly. It happens every year at the end, where we gather all the presidents. I don't know if anyone knows about it. United Nations General Assembly. Does anyone know about it? Okay, say something, yeah. Who's the one with the mic? This is where you assist me. Anyone who knows about the General Assembly, so that I can know if there's need of me elaborating or I can proceed. There's a student who approached me here who was telling me how I'm a good dancer. This is your time to shine. Faith, if you want me to dance again, show yourself. And I also remember there's a student who came to me, who was seated here in the morning, Tony Koech. He told me he's an alumni now. He's a student president for KABARAK. This is your time. Yeah, speak. Remember, I've been given less than, and I'm standing between you and your lunch. So the faster you speak to me, the faster you get food. The reason why I need you to know about the General Assembly is because as one of the things that I'm very passionate about is championing for young people to have a voice. But you see, I can't champion that if I'm by myself. There's no power when you're just this individual. Yes, there is the presence of me standing and explaining in a forum or in I don't know, a meeting and saying how there's need for young people to be present in making the decisions that affect them and decisions that they need to live with. But if you're not aware of the opportunities and the platform that are there for you that impact you, whether you choose to participate or not, then there is where the problem lies. Do you know that all the discussions that are discussed in the General Assembly by those presidents and those delegates, at the end of the day, they affect you, whether you choose to know about it or not. So it's better for you to participate and for you to know about it so that you can play an active role to influence the decisions that affect you. Because if you don't make that step, then I'll be forced, if I'm in that position, to make the decision for you. And because I don't know you, I'll make the decision biased to myself. Same way with this period that we are getting into. It's the election period. If you think by saying, watu tumewazoea, washachagua tu mwenye anakuja, there's no need of us voting. Trust me, you have already handed over your power. You're leaving that person to decide for you whether you'll get the AGPO that one Juliet was talking about, or say you already wachapatia watoto wao. So it's up to you to seize those opportunities. It's up to you to know your rights. It's up to you to discover, okay, what exactly can I do? Yesterday with the debates that we had here, very good debate. And you mentioned a lot of challenges, if any one of you noticed. There's a lot of challenges that you mentioned when you're talking about the Big Four agenda. But one thing that I don't know if most of you know is those challenges are job opportunities. If you were to sit down and address and say, okay, I can't remember her name. The guest was here before who did the SME. I think, what was her name? Linda, yes. Linda mentioned about how they have to import even a simple thing as a door. And if you picture that right now with all the housing projects that are being put up, let's say it's 500,000 units of houses, and you picture you're just doing a door for all the 500,000 units. And let's just pick a figure. Let's just say one door is, I don't know, at the minimum maybe 10,000. Because of course you have to think about the wood and the workmanship. So if you calculate the 10,000 with 500,000 units, don't you think you will never have an issue of saying, sina pesa? Or I don't have airtime to do certain things? Or hizi vitu zimewekewa watu wengine sisi. Do you think you'll have to say that? Hello? Do you think you'll have to say that? But that's the thing that we need to think about. We cannot all be employed in the mainstream employment workforce. It's not even practical. Anywhere in the world, it doesn't matter if it's a developed country or still developing country. It's not practical for us to be all absorbed in the work system. But it is practical for us to create jobs. And it's possible. You don't have to be 60 or 30 for you to start thinking, okay, let me now look for a job now that I've exercised my youthness. You're forgetting youth is a stage. It's a it will evolve. What have you done in that opportunity and all the things that have been presented to you as a youth? Because it will be unfair for you not to maximize on all these opportunities, like the way Mrs. Dorcas was talking about. This was not there for them. It wasn't this easy for them to get jobs. It wasn't this much opportunities and varieties. But you've been given that chance. God has given you a chance in which you don't have to work as hard as your parents did. They have already fought that fight for you, and that's why you're here. So I want to, even as you leave here and as I finish with my presentation or with my mentorship, because right now I'm not even presenting, I'm speaking to you out of experience and out of things I wish someone would have told me, but I'm grateful for where I am today. Never be put down by anything or by anyone. The only person who can put you down is yourself. Once you figure out how to challenge yourself mentally, no matter where you step, any room that you step in, you'll never be intimidated. I have a quick story, but I think most of you already know it. And if you know it, pretend that you've just heard it for the first time. So there's this rabbit that entered a shop and asked, "Do you have carrots?" They said, "No, we don't have." The following day, the rabbit came to the same shop and asked, "Do you have carrots?" They replied angrily, "We said we don't have carrots. If you come back again asking for carrots, we are going to sink a nail in your head with a hammer." The third day, the rabbit came yet again and asked, "Do you have a hammer?" They replied, "No." He said, "What about nails?" They said, "No." Then he calmly asked, "Do you have carrots?" In this year, 2022, don't let the devil scare you. He doesn't have anything that can stop you. So that's the word I want to leave you with. And I hope that I have impact, even if it's just one person, because I know that one person will change an entire nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You did 16 minutes. Can we give a better round of applause? Thank you. Thank you, Maureen. I also didn't know the story. I didn't know the story, but now I know. I think that was quite a bit of experience to us, not just the young people, but to all of us. Don't let anyone tell you that you cannot do it. You can do it. We are, I think, officially now doing well. We will soon be regularizing on our time and recover the time that we had lost in the morning. We have some presentations, just 3 of them that will come after the Q&A session. The Q&A session will be just about 10 minutes at most. So the questions will go towards the 3 presentations. The first presentation, just to remind you, was done by Ms. Judith Onyango, and the presentation was on the planning process and its role in national development. The second presentation was done by Ms. Juliet Owino on government opportunities for the youth. The third presentation has been made by Ms. Maureen Mutai, and the title has been "The Role of the Youth Liaison Office in Promoting the Youth Agenda." I'm looking out for hands. So you say your name, your institution, and the person you're directing the question to. There you go, there's the first question there. And please keep it very brief.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Cornelius Kipruta from Laikipia University. Okay, my question is concerning at the cost of SGR, that is to Judy. SGR costed almost 372 Kenya shilling billions. But now it was planned to cost around 55 billion. My concern is what went wrong. You can see that the gap between the estimated price of SGR and the actual price is big, from 55 billion Kenya shillings to 372. Also, in Tanzania, the same as railway was constructed, but that one was electric. But for Kenya, it is diesel, and it is costed half the price of Kenya. Okay, you can see contradiction. I don't know what was the problem, and maybe what the planning department is doing to avoid the problem reoccurring again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, okay. Next question. There's a hand there. That gentleman over there. Is there another? There's another hand there.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nderitu Ndungu from Public Health, KABARAK University. My question I'm directing to Madam Juliet Owino. Personally, I chair two youth groups. And in one group, we were requesting for the ways of funds. And one of the requirements that they told us is that you have to present 10% of the amount you are borrowing. The business idea we had budgeted for 200,000, and it was the year 2020. So as a youth, we were broke like hell, let me say. And having to raise 20,000 shillings was a menace, and that automatically laid us down for the loan. I was asking, is it a requirement for all the counties, or is it just my county?
Thank you, Nderitu. Thank you,
My
Nderitu.
county is Nyeri County, county number 019.
All right. Please proceed. Thanks for being brief.
My name is Calvin Odari from Egerton University. Yeah, we appreciate that there is a nexus between politics, policy development, and planning. But most of the times we see that there are politicians
Your
who make...
question is going to?
Miss Judith Onyango.
Okay.
Yeah. Most of the times we see that politicians make roadside declarations, which are basically their policies also, but they are populist, and they go against what the Minister of Planning had planned and backed with data. So as an economist in the office, I would like to know, how do they go about it? Because the politician wants what he wants, but it's not the recommendation that was planned.
Thank you. Any other question? Is there any other question? Comment? Okay, there's one more question there.
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity once again. My first question goes to Ms. Juliet.
Your name is from which institution?
Okay, I'm Abdulrahman from Egerton University. And I want to know, okay, as far as planning is concerned, what is the main challenge that you're facing kind of implementing these goals? Okay, because you realize that most of this medium-term development, you said this is the third one, and we're likely to get a fourth one with even all the objectives of the first one not being realized. Okay, so a part of me side with Dr. Florence Opondo, like in a comment yesterday about, some of these commitments being like highly political instead of concentrating on maybe the majority or the benefit of the majority. Okay, the last question goes to Ms. Maureen, and I want to know whether the opportunities of the United Nations, as far as the youth of Kenyans are concerned, does it also capture international folks in Kenya, or maybe international students as well?
Thank you. Last question. There's a gentleman there.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is David from Laikipia. My question goes to Judith, and the question is about debt sustainability, which is a global issue. So Kenyan debt is at 7.9 trillion, and so it has brought about a debate, a public debate on whether it is sustainable and whether we want to continue borrowing as a country. Thank you.
Thank you. The bulk of the questions have been put to Judy. Judy, you may proceed with responding. I request you to keep it brief.
Thank you so much for the tough questions. I'll try to address what I can. Yeah, so the first question on SGR, our cost versus other countries. I think first of all, we have to appreciate our design compared to other countries is a bit different. We have the issues of the landscape of where the SGR passes, and also we have issues of compensation. You know, we have to compensate people so that we create space for the SGR. I think that is what I can answer in brief on the same. As per the roadside declaration, so as government, we only implement what is in our development plan and what you have resources for. And I mentioned particularly for the presidential declarations, or maybe somebody who is aspiring to be the president, if they happen to be elected, I say that we normally incorporate their manifesto into our plan. So in that case, we'll be able to try and deliver in terms of promises. But these other ones, in terms of the roadside declarations, those ones we can't commit on them. Plus, if it's a directive from the sitting president, we have to set aside funds for implementation. So those ones, I can assure you, they're normally taken on board. With regard to the main challenges on implementation of the various plans I've taken us through, well, we've achieved a lot in terms of implementation, though not to the level that we expect. And you remember yesterday, Madam Ada gave a small documentary on what we've achieved since the inception of the Vision 2030 to date. Yes, we normally, sometimes you can set a particular priority for a given area. Priorities might change, but then we don't throw that priority, we roll it over. So between 2008 and 2030, we'll be able to achieve in terms of what we had anticipated and what we might not be able to achieve within 2030. There'll be a post 2030 now to take care of maybe what was left behind. And also you realize it's a bit costly in terms of the kind of projects we intended to bring forth. That's why Madam Ada yesterday explained the issue of the public-private partnership. We have the fully fledged unit under the National Treasury and Planning. And in addition to the medium-term plans that we prepare, we normally have key investment opportunity booklets to attract both private and local, private and international investors to come and help us in implementing some of these projects. So in terms of public-private partnership, it doesn't have to be something big. A community can even give land to enable government to come up with a structure that we had planned. And then for debt sustainability, I'm off the hook for today. I'll ask Mr. Gitau, the board member for KIPPRA from the National Treasury, to perhaps elaborate on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Judy, for those very well done responses. Let me invite Mr. Gitau to weigh in on that particular question.
Good afternoon. let me step in for Judy. Yes, I'm a board member in KIPPRA who represents the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury, but I also work in a department called Macro and Fiscal Affairs Department, which deals largely with all policy issues related to the national budget, including doing the budget statement. Now, there are several documents that guide the national budget, one of which is the budget policy statement. Briefly, that document outlines what are the priorities that the government will fund within the larger development agenda. And it also isolates the quantum of resources that will be used for that budget. And when we look at those resources, we look at how much we expect to raise as domestic revenue. That is what our Kenya Revenue Authority will raise. We also look at now the deficit. For example, if the budget is 3 trillion and KRA can only raise 2.2, then the 800 million has to come from external sources, which we borrow locally and internationally. Now, on the borrowing perspective, we have the medium-term debt strategy that the National Treasury develops every year, and that document is taken all the way to the Parliament for approval. Now, in terms of sustainability, I know this is a very topical issue, but there are about 5 parameters that are tracked in every country, not just in Kenya, to ensure that debt is sustainable. And this is largely done by the International Monetary Fund. So every year, we have about 2 or 3 missions to Kenya, where IMF comes to track how we are performing in terms of debt sustainability. But for now, what I can say is we've not breached any of the 5 parameters, and therefore our debt is sustainable, as much as there may be that concern. And what I can assure you, please be visiting the National Treasury website, because even those reports by IMF, the very latest on our debt sustainability is up there. And I would really urge particularly the students of economics to visit that website. It's important that you get to educate yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause for that response. Let me now invite Ms. Juliet to kindly give responses.
I'm responding to the question which came up, and one of us was concerned that maybe it's just their county that probably would probably ask them for 10% of the total amount that they are required, that they require for the loan. Now, one of the requirements before you're given a loan by Ways of Fund is you're supposed to be recommended for funding by the respective constituency Ways of Fund Management Committee. Now, at this point, I would probably say maybe that is what they had recommended. Maybe the type of business you're getting into, probably according to their looking at it, maybe you needed to add the 10%, bring in the 10% first before they could give you that. But it will be good probably just to delve more into your issue as opposed to probably generalizing that maybe it's not, it's applying to everyone. It will be good to know why or rather what was the reason for them asking you for the 10%, or what type of business it was, and it will also be good to hear from them. So at this point, we will have probably more engagement after this so that we can be able to understand on a case-to-case basis. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliet. A round of applause. Thank you. There was a question to Ms. Maureen. Kindly come over and respond to the question.
Sure. I believe the question posed to me was from Mr. Abdul, right? Am I right? And if I got the question correctly, you are asking if the opportunity is open for all, or it's knowing someone basis, is in a knowing networking basis. Okay, so if I'm getting you correctly, you're asking if it's Kenyan.
Okay, what I'm saying is that the opportunities of the UN, as far as the Kenyan youth is concerned, does the opportunities cover only Kenyan youth, or maybe international students in the country as well?
So the opportunity covers all. And that's why, if you heard earlier, what I mentioned is the UN goes with each member state. They pick a delegate in each member state. So Kenya is a member of the United Nations. Nigeria is a member of the United Nations. So that's how they select. And then if we are to now narrow it down on a country basis, if we are to domesticate it back, the selection goes through the Ministry of Youth. Okay, then I'll give it from my experience, because I always say it's better to speak from your experience as opposed to someone else's. So how I got to be a Kenya youth delegate to the United Nations General Assembly is there's a selection process. It's almost like an interview. So what happens is the UN poses to the country and says, for this General Assembly, we would like the president to be accompanied by a youth delegate. And then now it is posed to the Ministry of Youth, which is in charge of that. Then when I was appointed, the docket of youth was at the Ministry of Youth, Public Service, Gender, and Youth. Now it has been moved to Ministry of ICT, Youth, Innovation. So they are the ones who have the mandate. What they do is they put out a call, and then in that call you apply, of course. In the application, they shortlist you. And then from the shortlist is where they select you according to the requirements or criteria that have been posed by the United Nations. That is what will get you to be the delegate. And they give you a nomination letter that you represent the country. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Yeah. Any other question? Oh, okay.
Yes, I have a question on behalf of a young lady who is seated here, who will want to know you as an ambassador of the youth. How did you manage to be where you are? When I heard your CV, it was very excellent.
Yes.
A young lady here will want to be like you, may want to know more experience, how easy or hard it is to be where you are.
Okay. So I will not lie to you, it's very hard. I will not even sugarcoat it. There's something that I would like to share with you again. I'll give it from my experience. When I was joining, I would say government. Yeah. When I first worked at the Youth Programs Office of the President, I volunteered. I was not being paid, by the way. So that's something you need to be very, very open. Because through that volunteership is where my journey started. As I was volunteering, we had the chance to meet with the United Nations, the UN DESA, which they deal with economics and development. They're the ones who organize something called the International Youth Day. I don't know if you've heard of it. It happens every August on the 12th. So we have never had it in Kenya until the first one that we did it in Kisii, where we ushered the president. So I was privileged to be part of the team that organized that. And more especially, I got 4,000 young people to meet with the president and to have a panel, which, to be honest, when I posed it in the committee, everyone was telling me, you're crazy. That's not going to happen. All this protocol, the security issues, the young people are rowdy, they'll do what to the president. Everyone was finding that very hard to believe. But guess what? There's something called a firm stand and belief in yourself. As long as you know what you've believed and you act on it, there's nothing that literally cannot do. And there's something the president said that time that got me now to be nominated as the delegate. He said, fight for your space. No one is going to give it to you. And that is the spirit I went with in that committee. I went like, I am fighting for my space. I know my rights, and with all due respect, I'm a young person who is capable of delivering on the things that I know I can do. So I will not lie to you that it's going to be easy, but I do assure you that, trust me, when it comes to reaping, you will be so proud and you'll be very touched by the lives that you end up touching without even knowing, and people who will come to you. And quickly, if I can just mention also how when I got nominated as the first youth delegate to the United Nations General Assembly, can you believe when I got to the United Nations, remember, I never went to the United States. I was one of the people Dorcas was describing. Wale wa ndege inakuanga za, it's something we see, but we don't exactly want to say out loud we have not experienced. And this is a time that we didn't have the direct flight to New York. So it was 18 hours in a plane, 18 hours. When I arrived there, I met all the delegates of the other country. And guess what the delegates were referring me as? They were referring to me as the Africa delegate. Not the Kenyan delegate, the Africa delegate. And I did not feel offended at all, because they always, not all, but some of them think of us as one whole, I think they assume we're this tiny village, and then it's titled Africa. So instead of taking that as a negative, I took it as a positive. And guess what happened again? All the delegates from the African country, including Uganda, Nigeria, all of them reached out to me and told me, represent us. These are people I never met, but they found out that I'm a delegate representing Africa. And through the lobbying and through the presence of being there, I got the president to become the first African president to be the global champion in the world. So like I told you, there's some things that of course will not be gazetted or advertised, because I'm sure you guys are asking, why was it not put in a paper or something? No, trust me, that's the other thing you have to just accept. You will not take that credit. You as a young person, you'll just be there, somewhere in the behind scenes. But be grateful that from what you have done and participated, because right now that's what I'm proud of. Right now, Generation Unlimited has gone beyond empowering young people from 18, 16 years to 24 years. Now even they've moved it to 29 years. They're even giving them grants. And some of them even got an award in the top 35 under 35, which was privileged to judge. They're now been exposed. The other countries have known that there's a country called Kenya. Now they're not calling me Africa delegate. They're saying Kenya has an outstanding delegate and youth. And this, I'm not doing it as Maureen. I've done it as a delegate for our country. So know that you have to make that sacrifice, and know you have to stand, that your people will be proud that there's something that you did when you stepped there. Okay? Did I answer you?
Round of applause. Thank you, Maureen. You have got to fight for your space. because nothing valuable comes easy. Yeah, so you got to fight, you have to work hard, you have to be focused, you have to be disciplined, push people over so that you can be there. Thank you. Because of time, we will not take another round of questions. We have to now do the last thing before we break for lunch. And that is 2 presentations from students. And again, the theme for the presentations is national values and principles of government. So the presentations are themed around this. First presentation will be from Mr. Anderson Mwaura, and the second presentation will be from Mr. Moses Ogoti. Both of them will be spoken words. So as Mr. Anderson Mwaura makes his way to the front, I had announced that there is a lost and found wallet. It's a black wallet. And I have picked the identity card from the wallet. The name of this on this card is Ian Kipkene Bowen. Ian Kipkene Bowen. So Bowen, if you're here, please find time and pick up your wallet. Thank you. Mr. Anderson? Mr. Anderson Mwaura? Oh, that's Anderson. Thank you.
Hello. Unajua chuki haifai. Show some love, give your neighbor a high five. I'm Anderson Mwaura. My stage name is Demas Mshairi, a student from KABARAK University. Thank you. School of Business and Economics, taking Bachelor of Science in Economics and Mathematics. Now let me break the formalities. I'll be performing a spoken word. Future ya jana, past ya kesho. Skiza. Future ya jana, past ya kesho, ni leo. Shukran walopigania uzalendo, tunaishi maisha mambo leo. Mambo leo, wait. Uzalendo bila upendo ni kaa kutumia mizani bila weight. Hatuna upendo na daily tunasema sini wazalendo. Lately nimelan kama huna madhao, watakutenga. Imbalance kwa balance yet tuna expect change. Justice iko overpriced, the marginalized stand up suffering. Whether I'm rich or poor, niko na savings kwa bank kama deni kwa mama mboga. Simini Mkenya and I should be treated with equity. Last time we emphasized on importance ya unity, but it's so unfortunate hatuko cooperative. Big question, what happened to our Kenyan family? We don't obey the rule of law. Cheki daily vijana wako hai. Utu wa binadamu lijificha wapi? Mbona tunachinja watu wakiwa hai? Dear Lord, come shine your light upon us na see candles. Si hapa Kenya kuna so many scandals. Bila connection, ukiapply tender, walai si watakutenga. Seems everyone aligeuka fisi. Tuko na ofisi hadi time ya pandemic tunafanya ufisadi. For long, hatujakuwa honest, neither are we transparent, but thank you Lord for always seeing us through. Watakuambia separation makes us stronger, but that's a lie. Najua unity is strength. It's time we step up and make them step down. It's time for change. Na the only way to make change ni kuwajibika kama Mkenya mzalendo. My vote, my voice. Mama aliniambia peace ni amani, amani. Well, I was pregnant na hiyo peace nimedeliver. Demas Mshairi, call me the speaking machine.
Future ya jana, leo ya kesho. Thank you. Thank you, Anderson Maura, for that wonderful message. Moses Ogoti.
Check. My name is Ogoti Moses, alias Ogoti the boy child. That is the only gentleman with a boyish name. I'm a student in KABARAK University and also the KUSO Secretary General KABARAK. I'm pursuing Bachelor in Pharmacy, and today I want to give a piece on national values and principle of governance. But before I do that, because we're winding up before we break, we do this piece together before I do the one. And I'll be saying something, then we start from 10 up to 1. So I say something, you finish with 10, 9, 8, 7. Sindio? So I want to do this. This will be to Dear KIPPRA, all right? So let's do this. So Dear KIPPRA, 10. Bado, nitawambia. Masaya lunch muko active. Tulieni. Okay, let's do this. Dear KIPPRA, you are the light of this generation. So nyinyi ndio mnaibrai? 10. Yes, in KABARAK we believe in education in a biblical perspective. So nadai tuanze na Mola. Tusiogope makaa. 9. Dear KIPPRA, wengine wakipaka rangi, sisi tunajenga nchi. So wakikuja kazi, watupate sisi tulifika before. Hey. Yes, kuna watu watatukosea. But Bible ilisema we forgive them 77 times. Right. Yes, see Dear KIPPRA, we stand firm. Sisi hatuta sita. We are not number 6. If the workshop is going good, give someone next to you a high 5. You see, Kenya is our motherland. And we love it. Kenya is a country to die 4. Hapa ndani nikicheki, I only see success. Ule anakaa kuendesha SUV, ule BMW, ule anakaa Mercedes. Sio ni mtu wa Probox. Kwa hivyo trust me, hakuna mtu ataendesha 3. Yes. Dear KIPPRA, we appreciate you and we love you. Hope you love us. 2. Because Dear KIPPRA, if vision was a person, then you are there. 1. Thank you very much. All right. So listen. Speak of national value. But dear Kenyans, I want you to know that you are of value. You see, the word governance starts with the word govern. But it's unfortunate that some speed governors work better than some governors who will govern us. You see, sometimes I feel we should take some leaders to driving school because they're driving our country crazy. Oh yes, some are lazy. I won't sugarcoat. My pastor told me I'm the salt of the earth. But skiza, dear Kenyans, you see, speak of patriotism. You see, patriotism is not just wearing that Kenyan wristband on your wrist, but it's waving and raising that Kenyan flag above the head. Somebody say above the head. You see, patriotism is that moment when everyone has chosen to stay in silence, but you choose to stand out for your country. Speak of national unity. Yes, it's a value, but I want you to understand the word unity has letter U and I. So trust me, unity starts with you and I. You see, Kenya is our national cake. So every Kenyan should be given a piece. But Kenyans, first we have to live in peace. because trust me, this country is like Manchester, so we have to be united. So dear Kenyans, please tell those leaders we're not Chelsea. So please. Okay, skiza. Okay, watu wa Chelsea pole, niko jokes. Tell them, yes, we are proud of Chelsea, but they should not leave us in the blues. Hapo tuko sawa? Yes. Dear Kenyans, I want you to understand that let us work like Liverpool. Yes, tuanze na Salah. Maombi ndo silaha. So wacha tusemezane. Siskiza. Sharing is caring. But we need leaders who will ensure that in matters resources, every Kenyan shares, not the ones who will use our resources to buy shares. So those leaders need to face the rule of law. Yes, democracy is a government led by the people. So those leaders need to hear our views. But it's funny, some of these leaders are like GB WhatsApp because they hide our views. Under the new constitution, we speak of devolution, but ask Brother Mondi, he'll tell you currently corruption has also devolved to the counties. It's not funny. Speak of participation of the people. It's funny that it's only during election that some of them insist on participation of the people. And once they get the seats, they neglect us as if we don't matter. And what is matter? Matter is anything that has mass, and we are the mass, so we matter. You see, equity. Equity is not just a bank. Speak of human dignity. You see, speak of human dignity. Before we are even promised of a true Canaan, they need to include each and every Kenyans, even the one in true Canaan. I told you earlier that equity is not just a bank. Equity is ensuring that each and every Kenyan can bank their trust on their leaders to ensure that they'll receive resources in matters of their needs. Social justice is a value. That is what every Kenyan needs. See, haki na amani ni kama mahindi na maharagwe. Bila moja, huwezi unda githeri. So listen, you see, everyone, each and every Kenyan this country is not a landlocked country. So in everything, we should have inclusivity. And we need protection because hakuna mtu anafaa kuwa discriminated because ya kabila, because tribalism ni kitu tunaweza kabila. Even the marginalized need protection. So before they bring even the KDF, watch wapewe KDF ya 10 bob. So Kenya, we need good governance, and we are the ones to elect the good leaders. Leaders who lead us with integrity and transparency, not the leaders who the only transparent thing about them is their windscreens. Yes, we need leaders. We need leaders who will stand and bring development, not the ones who will bring character development. Thank you. Shukran.
Thank you. Thank you, Ogoti. That is real talent, isn't it? Anderson and Ogoti, real talent. I wonder how these guys managed to sit down and put together all those words and know how to go about them and say this before this, and it brings out very, very strong messages. We're very proud of you, Anderson and Ogoti, for that and those wonderful presentations. Hapo pa Manchester ndio ulichoma kidogo. Yeah. Thank you. So we are now due for lunch. And this is how it will go. We will have our students, just like you did at lunch, at tea break, go through the back door, the back entrance, pick your meal card, and go to the mess. And our leaders, invited guests, staff members from all institutions will come through this entrance to the tent where we shall have our lunch. When we return, it is now 2:15. If we can be back at 20 to 3. If we can be back at 20 to 3, so that we listen to the last presentation, the last set of entertainment, then closing ceremony. I think Mr. Mose will talk about it, and we'll be pulling towards closure. Let me allow Mose to make an announcement.
So thank you very much, Daktari. I just don't want to take a lot of time because we want to go for food security and nutrition. Yeah, so we make an announcement. Those students who participated in essay competition and also Wasani will want you to have a talk with you as the rest leave. So kindly remain behind for some few minutes. Second announcement is that, as you can see, students, this is a mentorship program. And you sitting here, there's a time you'll remember that some of the things you've had here will pave the way in your life. We are sharing experiences from people in government, in private sector, and the youth who have made it in life. So these experiences are not mean to you. We want to request you that you take this as serious as you've always. So, and I know we're coming to the end of this session. We are requesting that as we go for lunch, we try to do it as fast as we can, such that when we come back, we are able to finish the program within time. Is that a promise I can get from you? Ama nitawapatia tenda ama nitawatenda. Vile Ogote alikuwa anasema, si ndio? Yeah, so thank you very much. Kindly, moderator, that's what I wanted to do. So as you go for lunch, kindly let's come back quickly. We have one more presentation on national values. We have been just setting the pace, but the speaker is here. She will speak on that, and also we'll have an awarding ceremony and the closing ceremony. We plan to take a very short time for that purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mose. Let me now invite Dr. Vincent Nyandoro. Dr. Vincent Nyandoro is a lecturer in the School of Pharmacy. He's currently the acting HOD, Preclinical Sciences, to say a prayer so that we can enjoy the lunch. Dr. Nyandoro. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. Let's believe and pray. Father in heaven, we are so grateful for your presence since morning up to this time. We are so grateful for the knowledge, the speakers, and the audience. And we want to thank you for the meal that you have provided for us. As we take it, we pray that you bless it. Be with us till we finish. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Ian Bowen, please pick your wallet. Ian Bowen.
The students remaining behind, you can come to the stage.
I'm getting blessed. So, yeah.
na milele. Tulishukuru jina lako takatifu, tulifanyie sifa jina lako. Uhimidiwe Bwana, Mungu wa Israeli, milele hata milele. Tulishukuru jina lako takatifu, tulifanyie shangwe jina lako. Because